Because I thought you would have, maybe.
Yeah. Woke up.
I didn't know that you realized that.
I'm Amy Goodman. More states have announced plans to relax public health measures as this winter's devastating Omicron wave of coronavirus infections continues to ebb unevenly across the United States. On Wednesday, Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker said he'll lift a statewide mask mandate for K through 12 schools at the end of February. Democratic governors in Illinois and Rhode Island also announced they'll roll back mask mandates for indoor public gatherings. Here in New York, Governor Kathy Hochul said the lifting of an indoor mask or vaccine mandate today marks a new phase in this pandemic.
Overall cases are down, positivity rates down, hospitalizations are down, cases per 100,000 are down, and new admissions are down. That is a beautiful picture. That may be one of my favorite slides. And vaccines and boosters are up in our hospital capacity. So New Yorkers, this is what we've been waiting for.
On Wednesday, the U.S. reported nearly 3,600 new deaths from COVID-19. Hospitalizations remain high, but have dropped below September's peak of infections from the Delta variant. Centers for Disease Control Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said Wednesday her agency is looking into updating and reviewing its guidance.
But at this time, we continue to recommend masking in areas of high and substantial transmission. That's much of the country right now in public indoor settings.
CDC data show more than 99% of counties across the United States are currently considered high risk for transmission. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, Congressional Caucus Chair Joyce Beatty says Republican Congressmember Hal Rogers of Kentucky poked her in the back and said, "Kiss my ass," after she asked him to wear a mask aboard the Capitol building's subway system. Beatty said Wednesday she'd accepted Rogers' public apology, but said she felt she might have been treated differently if she were not a Black woman. The White House accused Russia of escalating tensions Wednesday as an estimated 30,000 Russian troops begin 10 days of military drills in Belarus. Satellite images appear to show Russian military hardware has been moved closer to the border with Ukraine. Meanwhile, some 3,000 extra U.S. troops have mobilized to Poland and Romania, some of them relocated from Germany. More troops from NATO members countries could follow suit. Former White House senior advisor Peter Navarro said Wednesday he won't comply with a congressional subpoena issued by the House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Navarro has openly boasted that he helped create a strategy of delaying Congress's formal count of the 2020 election results to buy time for Donald Trump and his supporters to reverse the election outcome. The Washington Post reports after Trump lost the 2020 election, Rudy Giuliani and other Trump legal advisors asked a Republican prosecutor in northern Michigan to hand over his county's voting machines to Trump's team. Meanwhile, the National Archives has discovered what it says appeared to be classified information and documents Trump took with him from the White House as he left office. Last month, Trump returned 15 boxes of records from his Mar-a-Lago resort, which he'd taken with him in violation of the Presidential Records Act. Among the documents were letters from Barack Obama and Kim Jong-un. Times reporter Maggie Haberman writes in her new book, Confidence Man, that while Trump was in office, staff periodically discovered wads of printed paper clogging his White House toilet and believed the president had flushed the records.
That nigga was flushing
The
official
Biden
records.
administration's laid out a $5 billion plan to build a network of electric vehicle charging stations along interstate highways. Money for the program would come from the recently passed $1 trillion infrastructure bill. It's part of the administration's plan to make half of new cars sold in the U.S. by 2030 battery-powered or plug-in electric hybrids. Meanwhile, the House Oversight Subcommittee on the Environment held hearings on the role of major oil companies in funding and disseminating misinformation about the climate crisis. Board members of Shell, Chevron, BP, and ExxonMobil refused congressional requests that they testify at Tuesday's hearing. Instead, lawmakers heard from climate scientists and experts on big oil's public relations efforts. This is Tracy Lewis of the group Public Citizen.
At least 45 years ago, oil industry scientists privately warned their own company executives that their products would spell doom for the planet. Yet, instead of taking action, the fossil fuel industry has used its political power and public messaging capabilities to undercut climate policymaking and climate action, misleading the public about its products and therefore causing well-documented harms.
We will speak with Congressmember Ro Khanna about that committee hearing he chaired this week later in the broadcast. A group of 13 youth climate activists have filed a lawsuit accusing their home state of Virginia of backing fossil fuel projects that contribute to the climate crisis in violation of their constitutional and public trust rights. The plaintiffs are aged 10 to 19. They're represented by Our Children's Trust. In related news, another group of young activists announced their historic climate trial against the state of Montana will begin next February. Human rights experts told a Senate panel Wednesday Congress should take back authority for use of lethal force from the executive branch. The testimony came during the Senate Judiciary Committee's first hearing into the military's use of drones in nearly a decade. Citing the monitoring group Air Wars, committee chair Senator Dick Durbin noted as many as 30,000 civilians had been killed as a result of U.S. coalition airstrikes since that 2013 hearing. This is ACLU attorney Nina Shamsi testifying Wednesday.
Successive presidents have used secretive war-based rules to kill terrorism suspects in places where we weren't or aren't at war. In doing so, they've crossed the lines between wartime and peacetime powers that are essential to the rule of law, to democratic accountability, and the right to life. Despite widespread credible accounts of horrifying civilian deaths, the executive branch kept expanding the program and the categories of groups and people who could be targeted. It used vague and ever-shifting secret legal justifications. If any other country had done this, we would call it unlawful extrajudicial killing.
Which it is.
Of what Americans now call our forever wars.
I wish people know a little bit more about that.
The hearing began when Dick Durbin played a clip of Democracy Now! Of a Yemeni victim of the U.S. drone strikes in Mexico.
Wait, back in the days, wait, Kenzie, can you go in there? Because, like, I'm trying to do this. Back in the days, you used to have to get approval to do wartime actions. You had to get public opinion on your side, and then Congress had to vote. So, but somehow they changed that and made it so where they could just attack a specific person or a group of people, and then they not call it war. But these are people in sovereign other countries, and they have an internal conflicts, stuff that don't have nothing to do with us, and we haven't declared war on that country. So therefore, it's illegal every way you look at it. It's really just murder.
3 suspects were arrested over the shooting death of longtime Tijuana reporter Lourdes Maldonado Lopez. She was assassinated last month amidst a wave of journalist killings there. In 2019, Maldonado pleaded with Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador for help at his daily press conference, telling him, "I fear for my life." California's suing Tesla, accusing the electric car maker of operating a racially segregated workplace at its factory in the San Francisco Bay Area. California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing received hundreds of complaints from Black workers at Tesla's Fremont plant who say they were subjected to racial slurs and discriminated against in job assignments, discipline, pay, and promotion. Last year, a federal jury in California ordered Tesla to pay $137 million in damages to Owen Diaz, a Black man who suffered racist abuse while working at Tesla as an elevator operator. In Tennessee, recently fired Starbucks workers are speaking out after they were sacked by the coffee chain for organizing a union drive at a Memphis store. The workers say they refuse to be silenced and are calling on Starbucks workers around the country to unionize more locations. In more labor news, our Amazon workers at the Bessemer, Alabama warehouse are voting to unionize for the second time in a mail-in election that began last Friday. The new vote comes after the National Labor Relations Board found Amazon unlawfully interfered with the first election last year. Meanwhile, a new report found Amazon was able to dodge over $5 billion in federal income taxes in 2021. Amazon reported record revenue of $35 billion last year, but benefited from a federal income tax rate of just 6%. Thanks to corporate tax breaks. The report was issued by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, which said, quote, Amazon's strategy for retail dominance rests on two tactics: avoiding taxes and using the savings to finance a slow strangulation of its retail competition, unquote. And Senators Bernie Sanders and Amy Klobuchar.
Wait. So if you guys owned a business and y'all only had to pay 6% in taxes, how much of an advantage do you think you would have over your competitors? And what if the money was so big, so huge, that even the amount that you are not paying in taxes is enough to keep thousands of these other businesses afloat? They don't help no mom and pops. What up, Deuce?
What up, man?
How you feel, man?
Pretty good, bro. Pretty good.
Yeah, man.
Pretty good. Not too hot, not too cold. Decent weather here in Texas.
Yeah, the weather been beautiful. That's what I've been saying on my Instagram. I noticed that the reels get views. So Instagram is all about reels. So I ain't posting regular posts no more. I'm only gonna do reels on there. But anyways, the weather, that's what I was saying on there. Like outdoor activities was what you should be doing if you're in the Texas area, as much as possible. This is beautiful weather. Yep. Let me play a bit more of this. This is really my intro. I'm just trying to do something different today. I'm gonna finish playing this.
Have unveiled a bill that would slash prescription drug prices in half. They're calling on Democrats to debate and vote on the legislation. Sanders spoke from the Senate floor Wednesday.
Let me tell you why we pay the highest prices in the world, why people in America die because they can't afford prescription drugs. And the answer has everything to do with the corrupt political system in which over the past 20 years, the pharmaceutical industry has spent over $4.5 billion, not million, $4.5 billion on lobbying and hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign contributions. Yes, you heard that correctly.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.com.
Yeah, so hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. And don't take my word for it. Look that shit up. Police. Yeah. So
hey, man, go ahead. I'm sorry, bro.
Go ahead. What you was gonna say? Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, man, my wife informed me this morning that one of my classmates that I graduated with, his niece was the one that, the 9-year-old little girl that got shot in the head in a road rage incident, man.
Oh, yeah?
The other day. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I saw it on social media, man, so just want to send my prayers and everything to him and his family, man. and her and the little baby girl, man.
Yeah, that's fucking sad. I
Yeah, it is.
saw this video of the guy who was like, I don't know, he had road rage and he just started shooting through his. It went viral. It went viral. He was just shooting through his windshield like a freaking maniac. I don't know, bro. Like the world is crazy, man. Like nobody cares. Like there's no value for life.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
And I think that's a result of this system, that we live under. Whenever you make it like the social structure, make it classes, therefore some people have more value than others. You know what I'm saying? And we don't just have like a general value for life. Some people have more value than others, like the millionaires and billionaires and priests and stuff. And then the homeless people, they have no value. So it's like, you assign a value to human life, then therefore each individual gets to choose, where value is.
Yeah. Yeah. Man,
And it's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck it is. It's just people are going nuts, bro. People are trigger happy. I mean, since when, road rage turned into people shooting out their windows, bro? Like, you see that shit all the time, and you can't put it on just one race or one, and say that it's lower class people because it's motherfuckers out here that's pretty well off in their life that does the same shit. So, but
Yeah,
it's crazy though, bro.
crazy ass world that we live in. Doc says he's a rideshare driver too. The film of his own dash cam. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. I don't think I know if I heard about that 9-year-old girl, but because the last story I remember was the cops shot this chick, and that was this little girl, and and then it was the one in the mall not that long ago where the cops shot a young chick in the mall, trying to shoot at other criminals and just shot an innocent person that was getting dressed in the dressing room. It's stupid.
Yeah.
What I think people really don't understand is like a lot of this kind of stuff don't happen in other countries, bro. We live in a police state. I kind of wanted to talk about that a bit. Maybe we can go into that because I wanted to start off light. I tend to like to start off light to give people time to come in. You know what I'm saying? What did I write about that? What did I just say? Because I done lost it now. I lost what I even said because I'm looking at all these notes and my brain just went everywhere. I lost it. Did we talk about the Time Machine movie in the other show? I need to be more organized.
Last night, I don't remember it.
Oh, totalitarian state. That's what I wanted to talk about. So, they passed in a bunch of laws. Like one of the laws related to the abortion law, the abortion law they passed in Texas, they couldn't really get it as legit. So the way they passed that law was that, they couldn't really prosecute people for the abortions. So, but they allowed it for private citizens to sue people who had any involvement in an abortion. So it kind of deputizes the citizens, you know what I'm saying? And then we always have an extreme element within our society of people who feel really strongly about this topic or that. So what they're doing, because I want to say they did something like that with the books in Arizona. So what happens is this is how you create a perfect totalitarian state. You know what I mean? By deputizing the citizens, and so they use their own personal like devices to bring people to justice, if you will. So it's about ratting on your neighbors, basically. You know what I'm saying? So the government, the cops, they can't see everything. So they be like, okay, well, look, you see your neighbor do something, then let us know or whatever, and we're gonna pay you. So it's suits. They can win this suit, and then they get money. And a lot of this money comes from, like, they put money aside already for this. So it's not like the money coming from the people that they're suing, because the people that they're suing may not have any money. So they got money to the side to pay for these suits when people do this stuff. You understand? So,
Yeah.
but what people don't understand, think about Nazi Germany. So, the Jews hiding out, and it was like that then. They would kill you for harboring Jews or other peoples that they deemed unworthy. So, but they would also pay you for turning them in.
That's crazy.
And, so that's what gives it so much, makes it so powerful. You don't have to worry. I mean, you got to worry about the government, you got to worry about the police, and then you got to worry about your neighbor. So look at the corona thing, the virus, and how they're turning us against each other. Wear a mask. You should wear a mask, or no, I don't wear a mask. You shouldn't wear a mask. Or you should get vaccinated, or you shouldn't get vaccinated. You know what I mean? And we're turning on each other, you know what I'm saying? And like policing each other. Like, oh, you didn't get the vax? Oh, you got a fake vaccination card? Oh, you don't have your mask on? Put your mask on.
That shit
I don't
crazy,
know.
bro. Is this
I
that
think.
law? Is this
Go
that
ahead.
law that they're passing called 666 or some shit like that?
619,
That's a law.
629. I could pull it up, but it's the one I was talking about, the one in Arizona with the books, and I was also talking about the one in Texas related to the abortions. But they basically have the same playbook of turning your neighbor against you. Basically giving your neighbor a benefit for ratting you out.
Well, yeah.
And it love thy neighbor. What happened to that shit? Well, you
You
don't
know
agree
what
with.
tripped me to?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, my bad.
I was gonna say, if you don't agree with your neighbor, then you can rat them out. So the love thy neighbor part is out. You don't love thy neighbor no more because you don't agree with them. They like to have abortions, or they like to wear masks or not wear masks. They like to get vaccinations or not get vaccinations. So,
Yeah.
you know, the love thy neighbor is love thy neighbor. There's no stipulations to that. Their skin tone, you know what I'm saying? Their age, their sexual orientation. No, it's the person that's next to you. The human that's next to you, love that human as you love thyself. That's what it say in the scriptures, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you're definitely not doing that if you're ratting out your neighbor because of a philosophical, like a cultural difference that you have for them. Like, let's say the religion, they have the wrong religion. You know what I'm saying? You don't agree with their religion, and that particular religion is illegal. So that's what they did back in the Crusades. That's what they did to the Christians before the Crusades. I'm sorry, you guys. That's what they did to the Christians before Christianity became a state religion. Again, your neighbors could rat you out. They catch you worshiping, you know, Orthodox Christianity because it was illegal, and they would compensate the person who snitched, and a lot of times they would kill, the person that got caught practicing. They did the same thing in slavery when the slaves were taken from wherever they were taken from, and then they're practicing their native religion. If they get caught doing that, then they would get whooped, beaten, or killed. So, and that's another part of religion that I want people to understand better, because I'm just now coming to this conclusion myself, a little bit like an understanding of it, related to how the old traditional practices tend to, especially for peoples of color, especially for people who have been colonized, oppressed peoples, their old traditional like ways of worship tend to manifest or be manifested within the religions that they were colonized with. Basically, what I'm trying to say is the peoples made changes to it. So, like in a lot of ways, they were still celebrating their roots, you know, and their original spiritual guidance, basically under a new name, like adopting it to the colonizers' philosophy, if that makes any sense. So some of the traditions and stuff that we do in the church kind of came from that. It's like some of the stuff that don't make sense, it kind of came from that. And then at the beginning of Christianity, what I always say is they threw all that paganism stuff in there anyways. But I'm talking about New Age, like present day. Well, the way the present day religions look, in post-colonial locations, the religion was changed by the peoples.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I follow.
Yeah, that was a tangent. What you was gonna say? Wait. What do you think about this little video I'm playing right here? Women proposing to men. How do you feel about that?
I guess I don't know. I don't really know how I feel about that. I mean, it goes against tradition. We know that it goes against tradition, but I don't know. Well, let me say it goes against tradition in which we were taught.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know. To me, it would seem a little weird, but I mean, dudes nowadays applaud that shit. Like, hell yeah, the woman should, So I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Honestly, I don't see a problem with it. I really don't. And I always be talking about how we blindly follow traditions anyways. I mean, it's okay. Traditions are okay, You use them, they're useful tools for you in your life. But when they become, no longer useful, then you can move on. Because think about it, like the tradition had to start at some point, and guess what? That tradition was started by some person. Somebody was like, "Hey, we're gonna start doing this or whatever." You know what I'm saying? How the fuck did that happen? It's got to be fake.
What is that?
That can't be real. This dude cut open the fruit. Nah, that's not real. It's a clip or something. It looks real, but no way that's real. Those are those like tokens. How the fuck could that end up in there? There's no fucking way. That's impossible. That's why I don't like all the freaking stupid shit people like to put on the fucking internet. It annoys the hell out of me. That's why our brains are mush, because we watch these 15-second clips of garbage all day. Yep.
Oh,
I've cut down my scrolling a lot, so I do my scrolling on here now when I do the show.
yeah. And I'm not really on it like that. I mean, I can honestly say, bro, because it's either I'm sleeping or working. And when I'm driving, I can't scroll, so I'm hardly ever scrolling or doing anything. Oh, come on.
Damn, bro. Look at this one right here. This is a crazy ass story. It says, man preparing to shoot bear accidentally kills brother, then takes his own life. Niggas need to learn how to fucking handle their fucking weaponry. It kills me how, especially here in Texas, bruh, like everybody got guns, but these niggas don't know how to use them. You watch the videos and the clips all the times with the shootouts, and it'd be like so many volleys, and nobody got hit. What the fuck was y'all aiming at? And these dudes don't have no training. Like, they don't know how the different weapons recoil and stuff like that. Like, they don't go to the range. They don't practice. They aren't, marksmanship. You know what I'm saying? They don't practice safety. That's another reason why we got all these kids getting killed in high schools. Because the parents aren't safe enough with their weapons. The kids should not be able to, if my kid grabbed the weapon, or if you're being a responsible and adult, you should know where your weapon is and where the bullets are at fucking all times. Somehow your weapon is missing or whatever, first people you ask is the family members. Where the fuck is that gun, bruh? You know what I'm saying? And what are you doing with it? What are you trying to do? What the fuck is going on? But these parents are not doing that. So therefore the kids go get the gun and then they take it to school and then they go shoot up the damn school.
Yeah. I mean, I guess in order to do that, you would have to be looking at your gun safe every day to see if anything is missing.
That's called being responsible. Because or otherwise you have it very, very secure where no one else. Hopefully, maybe you're the only one who can access it for whatever reason. Maybe you have a key on your keychain or something. You know what I'm saying? And the safe or whatever it is can't be opened without that key or whatever. Because if you have a passcode on it, then anybody can, maybe guess that passcode, especially your family members.
Yeah, but I think some people give their children the code to the safe in case they're away and there's an intruder or something.
And that's wise. And again, you keep your but you gonna have real good communication with your family member, whoever it is, who has the gun. Like I say, if they freaking, I don't know, man. I don't know. You need to check the safe.
But if you look at it, these kids that are doing these school shootings, they're pretty skilled shooters. That means their parents practice with them. They know well and they know exactly how to use the gun. They're not just like hitting on everybody. They're going in there like they're picking you off.
Well, if they taught them how to use the gun, they should have taught them safety too.
They know safety, but they go in there so pissed off and enraged, it's like, fuck that.
Yeah. Anyways, I wonder where everybody at tonight. I guess I came on a bit early, but that's how I've been doing during the week now.
I talked to Pat a little earlier, and I think he was saying that he was going to be starting at time at midnight. He was going to be rolling at midnight. So, I don't know if he's still rolling or what. I mean, if he's still, resting or what.
Yeah, he either took a nap. He was probably rolling late and took a nap. That's probably what happened. I can't answer the phone. I heard you. Yeah, man. So what? Did you see anything in the news? Well, other than the tragic thing.
Everybody else saw.
Yeah, I don't really like to do horror porn. You know what I mean? A lot of people do that for clicks. They talk about stuff that's super horrible, and it gets clicks, but that's not what I'm on.
Yeah, nah.
So, like, what else? Did you hear anything else? Was it some stuff? You got cut off a few times last time. Was it something you didn't get to finish saying or whatever? That you could remember? We was having technical issues like a motherfucker yesterday.
Oh, the one thing that I was saying was that we were talking about the topic of being lukewarm and how it says in the scripture he would spit you out. And they were saying about, Pat was saying what he understood of it. And I was always taught that meant that if you're not serving God wholeheartedly, you're halfway in the church and halfway somewhere else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, you're not. It's still the same thing Pat was saying because you haven't chose a side. You haven't picked a side.
Yeah. I was just giving what I was taught, always told what that meant, what we taught as kids,
Yeah, so if you haven't picked a side, then you're not. It's kind of like what I'll be talking about in like you live in an oppressive society, and you see oppression around you, and people getting mistreated and such, and you don't do nothing about it because it's not you, it's not your family or whatever. So they haven't come at you. You know it's wrong, but you're just gonna keep your head down. So even though it's like you haven't chosen a side, you've chosen a side. You've chosen the side of the oppressor because your actions benefit them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, bro.
Yep. So I think that's kind of what the thing was saying. That verse, that particular verse. I think that's what it was saying. Yeah. At least pick a side. At least know what you stand for. At least know where you are in the game.
Yeah.
Because the yin and the yang is whatever. God gave us choice. We could choose to be the bad guy in the story.
Yeah.
But these people aren't even aware what position they are in the story. that they're the protagonists. They're literally the protagonists of these people's story, the ones who are being oppressed.
Yeah. Man, so how was your day, bro? How was everything?
Shit, I had class earlier, and then I went to tutorials because I'm struggling with Spanish. I got a test in that damn class coming up next week too. I have to pass this shit. My degree requires a foreign language, and I can't get my fucking degree without this damn foreign language. Spanish was the one I chose because I figured it was, very, very useful language. So I chose Spanish. And I gotta fucking learn it. I gotta actually learn this shit. You have to be able to read it, write it, and speak it. At a proficient level.
Shanice, it was almost you.
And a lot of people be like, "Oh, I speak Spanish." No, you don't. Shut up. And then the other people be like, "Oh, it's easy." No, it ain't. People that are native Spanish speakers can't pass this class, bro. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. People who grew up speaking Spanish cannot pass this fucking class because they never got taught, formally the language.
Yeah, because but they can communicate with anybody that speaks Spanish, but that class is teaching you all of this, supposedly the proper way.
Right. All the proper stuff, all the technical stuff, but it makes it universal. It makes it because see what happens is people who haven't really, they speak Spanish, but they never really was taught it properly. Then they, if they're not around their bros, then they might have trouble communicating with other people who speak the same language. Because some of the words that they use aren't real words. Because, we have a lot of slang in English. They're not really words. They don't translate. And there's words like that in Spanish. Again, they're not actually Spanish. They're just words that people use that are understood within the, the group or whatever. That's kind of how languages evolve. But if you go to another part of the world that speaks the exact same language, they're not going to know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah.
How about you tell me a little bit about your... My Cash App is Nissan Baller. My cell phone number is 646-353-92465. What do you give me a Cash App for? My hair appointment is tomorrow. I gotta pay $300 cash. So if you can sell me a cash, that'll be much appreciated. What do you mean your appointment's tomorrow? I booked the appointment today, but I don't have no money. So can you send me the money so I can pay for my shit tomorrow? Wait. So you booked your hair appointment with no money at all? Exactly. I just take it one day at a time. You know, like whatever happens, happens. I'm not in a rush to really speed up life. Wait. So what if we never went out today? Like, how would you pay for your hair appointment? Well, my zodiac sign said the moon and the stars are gonna align properly, so somebody would have given me something.
These bitches is crazy, bro. That's why I'm single, bro. I can't find nobody that's. I mean, let me be quiet. Let me be careful. I don't know who's watching this. All I'm gonna say is it's a struggle out there, man. Dating, especially. Huh? What'd you say?
I don't think it's that hard, bro. I think there's. I feel like there's genuinely. I still feel like there's some genuinely wholehearted women out there, bro. That's not bloodsuckers. Like, you know.
How long have you been married, nigga? You've been out the game forever. You don't know what the environment is like out here. You don't know what we going through out here, man.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, if I get divorced, fuck it, I'm just paying for pussy. Hey, look here, dog. Look, I already know this bitch want to go out to eat. She want to get her hat and nails did. How much that cost? That's $250. All right, I hope this pussy good.
Exactly. It's like, what do I get for that? 3 hours, 4 hours.
Yeah.
The girlfriend experience. What do I get for that?
Yeah. That's like 2.5 Men when Charlie Sheen was still on there. He had this Asian chick and she was like, I love it. He was like, no, I'm just trying to get the girlfriend experience. How much does this cost?
Wait.
That's real shit, bro. It's tough out here, man. I'm sure. I can't knock what you said. I'm sure. I'm sure. I can't say that they're all spoiled or whatever. Like, I'm sure they're out there. It's just, where the hell are they? How do you find them? How do you go about doing that?
You just gotta go find you a boss bitch that's like a boss move, and then she want a nigga that balance her out. That nigga that takes the lead, that's in control. And she doesn't have to sit around and be like, so what do we want? What do you want for dinner tonight? Like, you already know. Like, because I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, I hear people say, oh, like, a woman that's pretty headstrong or got a great career, there's no way she'll really respect a man. That's not true, because them women want to be put in their place, but you got to be somewhat of an alpha male. You can't always be a beta male. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have some type of alpha male about you, and be able to make fucking decisions, because she's at work, bossing motherfuckers around all day. She don't want to come home and have to be the boss at home too.
Yeah, but they don't know how. A lot of them, they don't know how to turn that off. Like, I agree with you. I think a lot of them do want that alpha male. They do want to be a bit dominated, if you will, but they won't allow themselves to be. I know some specific examples in my life where there's women who, I know want to be dominated, but they won't allow themselves to be. So therefore, they just stay in limbo. They stay stuck, and they never get what they want because they won't allow it to happen. You have to submit to be dominated if you want to be like, you know what I'm saying? You got to turn that shit off that you're doing at work once you come home.
Yeah. I guess that goes back to the phrase of break a bitch down. Like, she want to be broke down. She wants to not break her down in a bad way, but break her down. And I'm sure you know how to do that. Like,
yeah, they do. You know what I think about? That's why I say the woman is God. The black woman is God. I say that all the time. But look, think about this. Like, they get pleasure from being penetrated. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Think about the basic idea of that. So then it's like, there's also a bit of pain, if you will. You know what I'm saying? And most of the women that I've known in my life have had this pain thing where they kind of like pain a bit. So
I think
like,
all women do to a certain extent. You know, like if you fucking them good, like you know, and you really hit like, I think that's just a bit of a turn on.
yeah. So you know,
I think all women at some point like a little pain, like fuck, you know, they want you to beat it up. They want that pussy sore the next day. Like that motherfucker literally puffy and sore.
I don't know about that. I
But
think it depends on the girl. But at the end of the day, they're being penetrated. So it's, you know, like somebody stabbing
yeah.
you. You know, they're entering you. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty fucking violent, no matter how you look at it. You know what I'm saying? It is, and it's like a violate. Some people say, you know, you're violating her. You know what I'm saying? And I would say that's true in a way. In a way,
I don't know,
you
bro.
just have to
It's just one
understand
of them things. Like,
I don't think so. I don't think
don't
so, bro.
it. You
don't
just
feel
have to.
like my thing is. I know you have to feel it. You gotta feel your like when you go into that moment. You know you. That's where I like to take the lead the most, like for real, because it's like I can feel we're connected at that point, especially if the night has led up to it, you've had that intimacy. You know what I'm saying? You can kind of feel the direction she wants you to take that shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's like just leave, bro. Like just yeah, look. You know what I'm saying?
What I'm talking about is the basic philosophy of being penetrated is a violation. Now, don't take it too far of what I'm saying, you know, but I'm talking about the
Well, how
basic
else are we
structures.
supposed to do it?
These are the basic definitions of the words, and that's why people get confused all the time. That's the reason why I like to talk about stuff all the time, is to get clarity on these things, because it's like, okay, the word ritual. What do you think of when I say ritual, Curtis, or Deuce, either one of y'all?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Deuce take that one because my definition of it is
Ritual, like to me, when I think of ritual, it's something that's almost like muscle memory. It's a habit. It's like this is my morning ritual. You know what I'm saying? This is my, this is what I have to do. And if I don't do this, and it's kind of like that for me. You know, when I wake up and I'm at home, if I immediately wake up, brush teeth, take a quick shower, throw on some clothes, and out the door, my day is fucked because I haven't taken the time out to brew me a fresh pot of coffee, have me a cup of coffee. You know what I'm saying?
so what
Sit down and
aspect
think
do you
about my shit.
like? What
Wait.
aspect are you asking, Shaka?
I'm
Because
about to explain.
That's his morning ritual.
I'm about to explain. So, but no, definite. Deuce's explanation was exactly right, and really what I was looking for, but not what I was expecting. So, but my morning routine is like that. I have similar morning routine too, and if I skip steps, my day is fucked. Like I gotta poop before I leave. I don't like to poop in public. I'm weird like that, and so like I gotta poop before I leave in the morning, or I'm gonna have a bad day. Like that's one of the steps that have to happen.
Okay,
So
so what
being
aspect were you
wait,
asking?
here I come right now. So most people, a lot of people, is here in the States, when you say the word ritual, they start thinking about the occult, devil worshiping, you know what I'm saying? Voodoo, bad black magic. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But no, the definition is what Deuce said. It's just, that's the basic definition of it. You know what I'm saying? But people hear ritual and automatically it has a negative connotation to it. But it's not. It's not. It's simple as what Deuce said. Just a routine that you do. That's
Yeah.
what
And
makes it a
saying
ritual.
that's
It's
why
just like
I
if you
let.
got a grandmother that's famous. Let's just say you grow up in an Italian family, and your grandmother is famous for making gravy, tomato gravy, or tomato sauce. They call it gravy, however you want to put it. And she missed a step in her aging process of her tomatoes because they don't use just like fresh tomatoes. Like they let them sit there and get ripe a little bit, and she doesn't do that. To her, in her mind, the shit can be as good as fuck to everybody else, but in her mind, it's not perfect because she didn't keep up that same ritual, the same process, the same steps. So, I mean, that's what I think about when I hear ritual. People that immediately go to Satanist type of shit and and to all of that. To me, that's kind of small-minded people. It's like not everybody is fucking practicing some voodoo or witchcraft type of shit. And if you think about it, I think we're all some way, some line kind of follow along with that shit because there's certain shit that we may do that people would say is some evil shit. Like that's that old devil worship shit. Like growing
Exactly,
up.
because it's nature, it's natural,
Yeah.
and some of the stuff I think we all practice voodoo, and I don't care what your skin tone is, or if you've even been taught it, because it's mental, it's the earth, it's spiritual, it's we do it without thinking. It's like how we create. You know what I'm saying? It's magic. What Pat was talking about in the other show, that's really what it is. It's magic, and we do it without thinking. So yeah, I think we all do it. And then people will call it devil worshiping because, like you said, they want to be simple-minded, they want to be stuck in their religion, and they don't want to think outside of the box. So their religion tells them it's blasphemous. They're like, that's why I say when they say the word ritual, people get confused. So, but that's what I want to go back to, violate, because that's the same thing with that word. Okay, so that's where you guys heard it in a negative connotation. I mean, it does have a negative connotation, but the basic definition of it it still fits for what I was saying.
Okay.
So,
I got you.
yeah. So the thing is, okay, you create a life when the yoni and the phallus comes together, it creates life. This is the Holy Trinity. This is life forever. This is the Ankh. But it's like there's a violation that's happening for this. Okay, so it's like the yin and the yang coming together. Like they're it's violent. If y'all look at that symbol, there's violence in that symbol because it's like the two sides are pushing against each other.
Okay.
The white part of the symbol penetrates the black part, and the black part penetrates the white part. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like in the opposite way. So think about the
So that
relationship.
further leads me to believe that with you saying that, and now with that, when I'm hearing you speaking of that, now we're talking about creation of life. So that furthermore tells me in my mind that God is the author of all, good and bad.
Exactly.
So he's taking bad to create good, or good to create bad, however you want to put it.
And violence, and that's my point. Creation takes violence. It takes something to be violated. There's somewhere in an African country I was reading, they have a word for the womb, and it's called evil or devil or some shit like that. And
bro, can you stop there? Can you stop right there for me? So you said creation takes violence.
Yes.
Elaborate on that for me, man. I've never heard that before.
Listen, that's where I was going. There's a tribe in Africa that calls the womb evil or the devil or something like that. Like that's their translation of the womb.
No, I want to hear what you have to say about that.
Listen, Curtis, listen. Okay. The reason why they feel like the womb, they have that word for it is because things happen, like the umbilical cord be wrapped around the kid's neck.
Not every birth.
No, it's not. But this is the violence of creation. That's what I'm trying to get you to hear me. Just listen. The violence of creation, bro. The baby can come out all fucked up. The womb is its protector, but the womb can be its worst fucking nightmare at the same time, and snuff out that life before it even has a chance to be alive. You understand? So that's the reason why they that's the reason why they gave that's the reason why they gave that word, and that's why it's interesting to me because it makes me think, and it also thinks about the violence of creation. Okay, about like slash and burn agriculture and shit like that. You know how like after there's a fire in the fields, the plants come back stronger and better.
Yeah, they do that every year.
Whenever there's
after they harvest, they burn the field.
Whenever there's a disaster, like if there's a asteroid that hits the planet, without a doubt, what do y'all think's gonna happen? The asteroid hits the planet, it or a comet, and it knocks out most of life, most of humans
Pandemonium.
especially. It knocks out most of humans especially. Give it a little bit of time. What do y'all think's gonna happen?
Pandemonium.
No, you talking about immediately after. I'm talking about time as time goes on. Nature rebounds stronger and better. It'll be more diversity. It'll be more healthy. It'll be more alive.
Yeah.
Doc says we can draw off the energy field that is made up of all man's energy, like the secret, but more to it. The womb is the unknown. In many ancient cultures, the unknown is considered bad or evil. Doc hears me. Watch the show Life After Man. Yes, Life After Man. That's the one. I love that series, and I've watched it more than once. The whole thing. Okay, it's a show where they show how the stuff that we made deteriorates over time. So literally, everything that we have built, what only lasts like 2,000 years or some shit. I mean, I don't know what the number is, but and literally everything won't be here no more. Nature will take it back over. It'll be buried, lost, destroyed, weathered away.
Yeah.
Nature recycles everything.
Yeah.
So Life
Yeah.
After Man was showing how it's really interesting how some of the structures would, like, they were talking about the cats, and they were saying the cats could evolve to being like flying cats because they're going to be jumping from these skyscrapers, because they think that the cats would colonize, all the windows would eventually blow out of the skyscrapers. So they feel like it will be a perfect cat environment, and the cats will colonize that area and maybe evolve to be able to like jump from, maybe skyscraper to skyscraper by like evolving some little flaps under their arm. Anyways, that's interesting stuff.
No, I follow with everything that you're saying. Even down to the word violate, because I can understand where you're coming from when you say penetration is in a sense violence or violating a woman, but there's pleasure in that moment that
Right.
her and he gets from that moment, and
Yeah.
I can understand the violence that could come in it, because it's one of them things where, like, when you once your girl reach, you get her to that point and she's saying all these things and you feeling the pulsation of her vaginal area, as a man, that shit pump you up. Now you wearing that motherfucker, you wearing the pussy out. You basically like you beating it up.
I
So,
saw this
I mean,
movie.
I get it.
It was a France movie, and they do movies different in other countries. So people should look at movies from other countries. But it was a movie, I think it was French movie or British movie, and it was set like in Africa, somewhere in a colonial area. And anyway, so these people had servants, and they were melanated people were their servants, and these were lightly melanated people. And anyways, he engaged to this chick. They got married, and like there was a sex scene in it, and like the guy was saying die, like at the end when trying to make her come or whatever, he was saying die, die. And so like it was like the relation between coming, that climax, and death, like they used the same word. What do y'all think of that? What does that make you think?
Well, I guess
Don't play music.
I can see where it has the resemblance, because I mean it depends on the nature of the orgasm or the nature of the climax, because you could have those moments where even as a man where you orgasm and that shit feels like an out of body experience. That's where I guess some people would say this, she sucked the soul out or some shit. I don't know.
Exactly. Look, and then in some cultures they call it a little death, and then in some Asian countries they're really, really, really serious about it, and it's like they talk about how like your life force. They're saying like every time the man ejaculates, he's a bit of his life force. is loss. So and think
Is that
about,
why they say you should practice semen retention as a male?
hey, I'm not a physician, but I can say that I think that it's true. You know the stories about how, like, when they say you haven't had sex and you're all strong and you can lift, like, even for women,
Yeah.
and they're like, you can go lift up the stove and take it upstairs and shit.
Yeah.
I think there's some truth to that. I mean, like I say, I'm no physician, so I can't really just speak on that like that. But the idea of death. So, like, think about heroin. You know what I'm saying? People, it's like the ultimate drug. It's like the ultimate high or whatever, right? And and it's like a little death. Because that's how you escape the pain of the world is death. So experiencing like moments of death and being able to come back, and I'm relating that to destruction and creation, and I'm relating that to sex and violation.
So that's so basically that's what Mike Tyson was saying when he done the drug with the shaman, and it was the venom from the toad that they take and dry, and you inhale the smoke from it once they heat it. It was like he was stating that it was an out of body experience, and like he saw himself, like it was like he was dead, but he saw himself, and it made him. It it stripped him of all ego because he was nothing. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense, does that align
Yeah,
to what we're talking about?
it does. And I saw that interview, and I ain't gonna lie, I never really did shrooms. I want to try shrooms. I ain't fucking with no toads.
They
But
said that there's a doctor in New York, or she's a professor, college professor, and I forget her name. You may can Google it. Sorry, I don't have any reference to her. But she says that everyone should be on like a mushroom regimen, and she wrote a whole book about it as to why, because it taps into some part of the human brain that we never exercise or use, and people, it's supposed to like make you like fucking genius, in that moment.
because I think it's all about the ego, like you said earlier. Because what our ego is what's in our way. Think about it. What's in your way more than anything is that pride. What was it? We talked about the 7 deadly sins, and the pride was the first one, right? Pride is the same as ego. The pride comes from the ego. So your ego is your worst enemy. So for everybody on the planet. So getting the ego under wraps is knowing thyself and being able to be, more productive human, I think. And
For
that's what they
who?
say
For who?
for everyone. So, but that's what they say when you do shrooms or some of these like psychedelic drugs. They get you to the point to realize that everything is connected, because that's what everybody says. When you have a trip, you start to see that things that aren't alive is alive, and you start seeing how you can't see
Nope.
the edges of things.
Nope.
You see
Shaka.
how things melt into each other, how everything is literally a tapestry and all completely connected. Therefore, yourself is lost because you are in that tapestry along with everything else, but you can finally see it now. So then you come back from your trip realizing that, hey, I've been tripping and sober. I've been tripping thinking that I'm disconnected from the rest of this world. Like my ego is really a thing. Let me
What
read
you have to
Doc's.
say, Kurt? Oh, my bad.
Let me read Doc's
I gotta
comment. Then
say
go ahead,
shit
Kurt.
now. I done already been skipped like a couple of times.
Wait, hold
I
on.
gotta say shit.
Doc says the way heroin works
Go
basically
ahead.
is
Go
to
ahead, dude.
trick the mind into thinking you are dying. So the brain produces endorphins that are available no other way.
Doc's
See, I
smart.
didn't even know those details. That Doc, he always adds on, and I love it. So, but I read a lot, and my brain, like I say, everything be stories to me, and they all kind of mix in together. It's just the stuff like, you know what? I was thinking about this. You know how people, when you go on an interview, they always want you to say, I'm a fast learner. Everybody's supposed to say, I'm a fast learner, I work well with others, ... Right? So, but the truth is not everybody's a fast learner. So a lot of people are lying. I would say most of them are, because I look at myself, you know what I'm saying? And I believe I'm a slow learner. I really am. But once I get something, I got it. So the thing is, that person that comes in and says, you know, I'm a fast learner, they come in and they pretend that they understand stuff so that they can get through the interview or get the job. And then once they get on the job, then again, they're still kind of like pretending that they know what they're doing. And really the whole time what happens is, okay, they do end up learning things, but the whole time they never really know what they're doing completely. They might learn how to work the program or work the machine or work the system or whatever it is that they're working with, but they don't really understand what they're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. So like, I think most people are slow learners. And then, you know, but like me, like I say, I'm a slow learner, but once I fucking get it, I fucking got it. And I can explain it. You know, Einstein said, if you can't explain something simply, then you don't understand it enough. Yeah. So today's title, hold on, y'all. Let me go back. Bible Quran study. And the other part was, dang it, I forgot, y'all. Give me a second. I can't see my title. I usually take a picture. Oh yeah, and Homo nature. That's the other part. Yeah. So we're already an hour in. So I want to make sure I want to go over some verses out of the Quran, and we might touch on some Bible verses. And I want to talk about homosexuality and nature. So, but let me play this little clip that's been playing right here. Let's play this right quick.
Hey, stitch this. Name something white people cook better than black people.
Black people. Here's a Black History Month fact for your ass. 2 ugly facts about American slavery. Number 1, the skin of the formerly enslaved was often used to make leather goods. I'm talking shoes, jackets, Bible covers. The skin of my ancestors was used to make leather goods. Oh, but they didn't stop there. The flesh of my ancestors, the bodies of my ancestors, of the formerly enslaved, were often consumed by the oppressor, by the slave owners in cuisine. This practice was so common that there were recipe books. There were recipe books. There were recipe books.
Hey, stitch this.
Yeah, I've heard that before. What do y'all think about that?
And
Go ahead, Deuce.
honestly, I was just saying, honestly, that was the first time I ever heard that. I like guys.
Yeah, white people, the best thing that white people cook is black people. That's the first time you heard that.
Yeah, first time I ever heard that.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Come on, dude. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with
serious,
me, dude.
bro.
Come on, dude. Don't fuck with me, dudes. Come on.
How can you? How do you know what
I just
he
went in
has
a
heard?
fucking liquor store. I literally just went in a fucking liquor store today and bought me some small bottles so my ass ain't out there. And he's counting his money. This unfortunately, this man from Caucasus, from the mountains of fucking Caucasus, he looks at me. He was like, "Yeah, I just want to make sure that he's counting his money." And the girl is confused. I had already seen her earlier today because they had the okay. Let me tell you the full story. This liquor store has a $10 credit card limit. You cannot purchase if you want to purchase liquor with a credit card. You have to spend at least $10, and I had $6 on my credit card, and what I was purchasing is less than fucking $10. Like for real. I was getting set up for tonight. So I'm gonna answer this guy's question. Oh no, this was good. So he's like, yeah, I just want to make sure, we get it, we get everything together and we don't make any mistakes. And he looks at me dead in the fucking eye. And I'm like, what in the fuck? And so fortunately, I do know they're Asian, man. They're like Asian, Japanese, that's them. I don't know. I didn't ask. Why in the fuck do I need to know your goddamn ethnicity in order to be cool with you? That's our fucking problem. That's our fucking problem.
Yeah.
That demographics is broken in here. That pisses me off. And so after he said that shit, and she spoke to me, and she was like, "Oh yeah, you came back." And she was like, "You're a little late," and I was like, "Yeah, I came back because of the $10 cart limit. I had to get some cash." And before I turn around, this white fucking cop is standing right fucking behind me, like I was ready to steal something. I was like, "Hold on, man! Like, what the fuck just happened?" I'm like, dude. I walked in that motherfucker with a good mood, and I walked out with a good mood. But after I saw this motherfucker driving off, I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, that's you? Okay, if that's you, then bounce around, motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. Dude, they all can die, dude. I don't do racism. I don't do fucking racism. I don't do fucking racism. Hate somebody for their fucking color. Dude, it's easier to hate them for their fucking mind. I shit you not. Hate them for their fucking mind. The fuck out of here. That's why half of the shit that Shaka was saying, like,
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. No, bro. So to get back to your video.
Yeah.
But nah, like, in all honesty, like, I have, I know you think I'm joking, but I'm not. Like, I have never.
No. Hold on. I don't care what you felt. It's what it is. It's your fucking mind.
What are you saying, Curtis?
Bro, use your fucking mind for yourself. Stop letting people fucking manipulate you. Be you. Like, that's the easiest fucking route out.
How does that relate to him saying that he didn't hear this before?
Because I've been cut off a couple of times, and unfortunately, I got a little irritated.
So you took it out on Deuce?
I apologize.
Okay,
I
man.
apologize.
I definitely.
If I did. But seriously, man, like, Shaka already knows I hate fucking racism, bro. I'll go off on a goddamn tangent on fucking racism because motherfuckers be dumb. Black and white. It doesn't matter the goddamn color. All of them. I got lucky for my little cubby. And this is nothing against Jay Lethal, because when he said that shit, I thought about it. He was like, oh yeah, he's stuck in that little cubby. I was like, what? He was like, bitch, did you call my mom a cubby? That's what happened here. And I was like, huh, is it a cubby? Is it?
No,
that's props, bro, and we can leave that shit. That's why he's pissed.
I follow this white guy, and he has a black wife and mixed children.
Fuck.
And he says, I'm not racist. I hate everyone. and I love that. I love that. Go ahead, Deuce. You was trying to say what you was explanation. You didn't get to say what you was trying to say.
No, I was just saying that I get where Curtis could be saying that I've never heard it, and then when he used the phrase "use your mind," in that aspect, I get it. But what I was speaking to is that I have never physically heard what this lady has just said that happened to blacks.
Hey, dude, please finish your thoughts. Finish your thought. But I have to say something because something else fucked up happened today.
Okay.
And no, I'm not trying to feed the tongue. I heard you earlier. No, dude, it's not about all the bad shit. It's just, what do you do about it?
You know,
what do you do about it?
For me, for me, I've like, I don't know. Like, I mean, that's very interesting. That's another fact that I have learned. And that's why I say this show is not only for me. I'm glad, grateful that I get to express my opinion, but it's also more of a education tool. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? Because like for me, personally, I can be up, and I'm never ashamed, to speak my truth. I have never physically read the Bible. I never cared to read the Bible because I always felt like God was innately in us.
Yeah.
And that book is not going to teach me more about life than my experiences in life. So that's
And
why last night I couldn't speak on last night's podcast because I know nothing about the Bible, but a
it's
couple of verses that y'all read. Other than that, I don't read the Bible. I have never picked up the Bible to begin. Every time I have, I've literally like fell asleep. Like,
it's
you know,
it's okay, and it's not about knowing the Bible. It's about hearing those words and thinking about them and what they, what they're saying. You know, what's your interpretation? How they make you feel? What they make you think about. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to have read the Quran. I'm gonna read some lines out of that. But before I get to that, I want to go to this homosexuality and nature thing.
Don't do
So,
that.
what do y'all think about that? Do y'all think that's a thing?
What do you mean homosexuality in nature?
Like gay animals, other than humans?
Unfortunately, I have seen a video of two lions fucking, and it was fucked up, bro. It's pretty fucked up. I don't know what the fuck that is. The best that I can say is humans fucking caused that shit because they live off of us. If we weren't here, these motherfuckers would be in unison. It's us. It's fucking us.
Well,
But
I,
to
people ain't
be
smart enough
honest with
to
you, I think
understand that shit, and so we kill each other and we jump over each other and we do a lot of stupid shit. I'm just saying. Yeah, I
uh,
saw two male lions fucking. It's bad, bro. I looked at that shit and it totally destroyed the Lion King on it. Your ass was the only one that could revitalize that shit with the whole symbol, and it was like, no, all this is yours. I'm like, damn, man. I actually cried about that shit afterwards. I didn't tell you. And fortunately, it's not a lie.
yeah, that was a touching episode. If y'all want to go back and watch that, it's Simba Remembers. Anyways, what were you saying, Deuce? I'm sorry.
no, I was just, shit. Damn. Okay, let me get myself. Okay, homosexuality and nature. Um, from my understanding of my understanding of homosexuality, and the way you hear so many people that say they hate it, is this, is that. Unfortunately, that shit has been going on way, 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 way back in the day before we were ever thought of or created. You know what I'm saying? That's just like they said after God flooded the earth and Noah and them were able to actually come out of the ark. It said that he and his son became drunk and they went into a tent together and there was born another child. How the fuck does that happen? Some shameful things have happened, and after that night. So, and then as far as gay animals, I don't really know if there is gay animals, but what I have seen is that from having dogs, I have noticed that dogs have a tendency of sniffing each other. I have seen the dogs
Breaking up a bit.
yes, it could.
Yeah. So,
Okay, can you hear me now, guys?
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
So, the reason why I
I don't
brought
know.
this up was because it for me it was an issue. I grew up really religious, so the idea of sex for me is the used for procreation, right? And I felt like if you're not trying to procreate, then that's against nature. Like that's how I felt because as growing up, I was really religious, so the idea of being gay, just like that's how it is in a lot of churches or a lot of whatever, religions, whatever, you know, but some religions are accepting of this, but these Western religions tend to be, you know, like, okay, being gay is against God because it's not, you know, creating a baby. And that's how I used to
Things
think.
go in certain places, bro. Come on,
That's
things
how
go in certain places. That's as
that's how
simple as
I
like,
yeah, that's how I used to think. But after seeing homosexuality in nature, then that threw that idea on its head, because we like to think that the animals are doing what God, that's what we always be saying, right? You know, they're more closer to God
Yeah,
than us because we tend to stray and they tend to do what they're supposed to do. That's what we say all the time.
yeah,
So
yeah,
so thinking about the fact that, okay, so being gay is against nature, but then you go look at nature and then find that nature is gay or has gay elements, if you will. Then that for me, that blew that idea all the way out the window. After that, then I had to update my philosophy, if that makes any sense.
yeah, exactly. No, I got you. To me, you know, like I say, I don't agree with it, but at the end of the day, I don't pass judgment. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Your life is your life, and how you choose to live your life is how you choose to live your life. You know, and I feel like that's what it is. I mean, you know, and just going back to what you're saying, you know, it makes you really have an in-depth thought. Like, okay, maybe there is elements of homosexuality that is in nature. You know, and some of the things that you may see. I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I was thinking at first. I was like, humans had to have freaking, you know, tainted these damn animals or something. But the more you dig into it, the more you see that it's just kind of a thing that happens in nature. Let's watch a bit.
One scientist who chose to ignore homosexual behavior in his studies later came to regret it. From a hide high in the Canadian Rockies, Valerius Geest watched male mountain rams foreleg kicking, just like female cobs. He wrote, "To conceive of these magnificent beasts as queers was emotionally beyond me, but eventually I called a spade and admitted that rams lived in essentially a homosexual society." But whereas most female cobs also mate with males, many younger or lower-ranking mountain rams must wait till they climb the ranks before they experience heterosexual sex. Young American bison also stick to homosexual behavior, sometimes for up to 5 years. Typically, after a period of play fighting, they mount each other. Because older bulls prevent young bulls from mating with females, this behavior was interpreted as misdirected sexual frustration. But in several studies, the older bulls were removed, and although there were plenty of available females, same-sex mounts continued. Many of these early interpretations had one thing in common. Whether for practice or to excite the opposite sex, animals engaging in homosexual behavior had only one purpose: to improve their chances for future reproductive sex. Then, one group of apes emerged from their forest home in Central Africa and forced scientists to reconsider the purpose of any kind of sex.
Bonobos.
These two, gazing into each other's eyes, are male and female. But as primatologist Frans de Waal realized, bonobos will have sex with male or female partners, with young and old, while feeding or playing or carrying young. And they have sex often, all day long, in fact.
Yeah, the sexual behavior of the bonobo, I think, is the most flexible sexual behavior that we know outside of the human species. I usually call bonobos pansexual in the sense that I would never call them homosexual because they have not an exclusive orientation at all to one sex or the other. So they use sex in all combinations of individuals, basically free for all.
Female bonobos only have young every 6 years or so, yet they have sex, whether or not they are in estrus, and even while they are pregnant or feeding young. Even the very young have sex face to face. If any creatures are to break the long-held theory that all animal sex is somehow linked to reproduction, it is these bonobos.
I don't want to be on this video. No.
I'm gonna wrap it after
The favorite
bonobos.
theory attempts to give all
What the
this sex
fuck?
a social
Are we
linking it
watching
to
two
dominance
monkeys fuck?
behavior. A high-ranking male
It's
putting
the
a
point
youngster in
of
his
it,
place.
Curtis. This is educational, bro.
For
Think about, listen to what the
who?
guy is saying. For everyone.
But it's not the whole story for bonobos. Youngsters and low-ranking animals often mount their elders and betters, and as such, the sex often appears reciprocal. So why do bonobos spend so much time and energy having sex with so many different kinds of partner?
As far as choosing partners for sex, I think it is partly dictated by social bonds, by political strategies, and partly by tensions, because when tensions increase between bonobos, it is translated into sexual behavior. Food induces competition, and instead of fighting with each other, that's why we call them make love, not war, apes. Instead of fighting with each other, they have sex and then they share the food afterwards.
These make love not war apes often have sex face to face, a position once thought to be the sole preserve of humans. Duval is as aware as any
You watching this or not?
making links between these highly sexual apes and humans.
I'm
But there's
listening
one
because I'm
point
driving.
bonobos make very strongly.
I don't know that.
It's about the words. I'm about to wrap it.
The sexual life of close relatives of ours is extremely flexible and very rich. And so people who claim that the only function of sex can be reproduction are wrong on the bonobo and are probably very wrong on us, because sex can have multiple functions and can be very variable within a larger society.
And homosexual behavior?
It's marginalized only in certain cultures. It's almost as if, it was pushed in a corner, and as a result, people who have homosexual interests became exclusive homosexuals, whereas actually they might be bisexual, and the same is maybe true for many heterosexuals. So there's a sort of divide between the two that is maybe not naturally there, but culturally created by intolerance.
Certainly in bonobos and in other primate societies that have been studied, animals engaging in homosexual behavior do not seem to be marginalized. On the contrary, their behavior is just another part of everyday life.
So again, it's humans that always gotta, marginalize people, marginalize groups, because they're said in nature. There's this behavior in nature, but in nature it doesn't seem like that behavior causes them to be alienated. So then it seems like that's exclusive to humans. So what do y'all think about that? So the idea of, we're talking about creation, right? And then we're talking about religion. We're talking about spirituality. We're talking about
That's like two different subjects, bro.
No, this is all tied together, because in religion,
how's it tied together?
Because in religion, people feel like being gay is against God because it's not creating life. That's how it's connected.
I might be one of those people. So how is it tied together? Shit.
Well, we just watched a video where they were showing multiple.
Yeah. I have my example as well. How is it tied together? That's what I need to know.
Because if nature is saying that homosexuality is a part of nature, and also those groups don't alienate each other for these behaviors, it's not abhorrent behavior to them, then what is that? Then we're the only groups that are looking at it that way. Does that make sense?
Already said, bro. It's because of us. They Animals are born. When animals are born, they can swim. That's one thing that fucking humans have. They can swim. That's why some women, they give birth in water. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? That's why, because that baby, he's alive. She's alive. That's why humans do that. Unfortunately, there's a fucking demographic that certain motherfuckers ain't talking about that shit, and they go out and like, oh, the fucking, oh, give me now. I'm just give me my drugs. You saw anything?
So
Hope not.
wait.
Oh
Curtis,
no, wait, I wasn't. Give me. How about? Okay, so they're already pre-programmed, and humans, they're like, yeah, you can try to save them, but animals already fucking know what the fuck they have to do here. It's our ass who's quote unquote fucking lost because they don't know who they are. And my dumb ass, because I ain't in that fucking circle. Yeah, let me use you. Yeah. No. I hope it sounded as white as possible, because I'm gonna beat the shit out of a lot of people, bro.
listen, Curtis.
A hell of
So
a lot
you
of
said,
no, don't stop there. Don't stop
listen,
there. Do not stop there. That shit's over. That shit's
listen,
fucking over.
listen. You said that you have a problem with the homosexuality in,
I said that.
against God. That's what you said, right? Did you not say that?
You lost it.
Because you said you might be one of those people, is what you said when I was saying about how homosexuality or pansexual is against nature. These are the connections I'm trying to get you and our audience to come to the realization. So if you feel like that's against God, and then you just said that the animals do what they're supposed to do on the planet, but then you got examples of these pansexual animals on the planet, but then humans still feel like pansexual is against nature. Are you hearing
So
me?
at
Are
the
you
end of
making
the
the
day,
connection?
dude. At the end of the day, who's been paid? So at the end of the fucking day, do what the fuck you want to do with your goddamn life. And that's not a change of subject. You like that one? I do. But no. No. You already know what the fuck it is. You ain't fucking with me on this shit. No. You go pander. Go fucking pander. Go fucking pander. There it is. Monkeys?
What do you think, Deuce?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of human reasoning behind, uh, you know, separating or feeling like it's it's a sin against God or it's a crime, because of what we've been taught. This is what we've been taught our whole life, that homosexuality is not right. God never intended for two males or two females to be together. It was always man and woman, But that's what we have been taught. But there's a little known church out of Oregon, and they do these different. You can go and follow the whole podcast. It's called the Bible Project. When they break down the Old Testament and the New Testament, it picks out the homosexuality, how this has been going on since the beginning of time. This was something that was done way back then, and it almost confused me to the point to where it had me thinking that males actually gave birth to children because of how it was, the storyline goes, So, I mean, I just feel like a lot, I know I got off on that, but I think a lot of our way that we feel, about these type of things is because what we've been taught. We've been taught since children that it's wrong. That you don't hold hands with a guy. You don't do these type of things. That's why growing up as kids that we probably never got hugs from our dad, because it was like, no, you don't hug no nigga.
That's a real thing. That's a real issue. And I've had I feel like my connection with my dad is there was a problem there, because it was like, but I loved hugging my dad. I remember the last hug. You know, my dad died when I was 22. He was 51 years old. I remember the last hug we had, bro. Like, I remember it. Let me read Doc's comments. He says ancient texts were written by small tribes wandering in the desert. They made homosexuality taboo because they needed to make babies to survive. Now, that makes a lot of sense right there. He says, apply the history that walks hand in hand with the text, and it helps you understand to apply the teachings to today's world and its different challenges. And you're applying hedonism amongst beasts to the sexuality of another species. I don't know that word, hedonism. What's up, Pat? What do you think about the subject? You could come in on that. Homosexuality in nature, it being against God, religious people feeling, but then you got examples of it in nature.
Man, well, it's it's a weird, I guess, a weird conversation for me. But I mean, humans are in nature, so I mean, there's clearly it's shown up, I guess you can say, in nature. But I mean, like, what animals are homosexual?
I just played a whole video. I'm not playing it again, bro.
Dude. Animals are not homosexual, man. They breed off of us. We are quote unquote supposed to be the superiors here, but shit. I mean, you got white people getting ate by alligators. You got black people not knowing how to swim. It's a clusterfuck from where I'm sitting. It's a fucking clusterfuck. It's a whole
Curtis,
goddamn clusterfuck, bro.
I knew you was gonna come back around, but look, freaking! I just showed a video of evidence of homosexual behavior in multiple species in nature. So then y'all saying that animals are not gay? I just showed y'all evidence of it.
Animals don't have that.
It showed the buffaloes. It showed buffaloes, monkeys, and I think giraffes.
No, it wasn't giraffes. It was bonobos, monkeys, rams, and bison. Those were just some of the examples. Y'all could pull up the freaking video. It's an hour long, and they was doing caribou before that part, and they was finna go on to some other animals after the part that I showed y'all.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna say it like this. I know that us as humans, we're probably the weirdest animals on the planet, and we have a way of explaining things. I think that because I mean, the only reason why I can think that that would be something that would be practiced in any way is, a form of depopulation. When there's too many of one animal or not enough of another, and I mean, I don't know, bro. Like
And you
that's
can
like that's
explain it
something
away.
that I haven't explored very much.
And you can explain it away either way. I'm okay with that.
Well,
But I like the way you started, where you said animals, humans are animals. So that's the thing that we keep forgetting. You know what I'm saying? So there's homosexuality or pansexuality in humans. Then why the hell not in any other animals?
yeah. Well, like I said, I mean that with this being something that I've never really studied, and really the first time ever really hearing of
Dude said the same
any
thing.
other animal other than humans that I knew. Like I've never known of that concept.
I'm
So
definitely
I
gonna.
mean,
I'm definitely gonna.
I thought it was us. No. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't have to show it. I don't know if
No.
that's
I'm
something I
not gonna
really want
show
to
it,
see.
but I'm gonna
But
post it. I'm gonna post the link in the comments after this show. I'm gonna make sure I do that, so you guys can come back to this broadcast and click the link and go check it out if you're curious about it. But the reason why I brought this up, because this was a watershed moment in my spiritual growth. Okay, because before I was aware of this, I felt like, pansexual was against nature because sex should only be for procreation. So, but then I went down this road of the homosexuality in nature, and it forced me to reevaluate my whole philosophy, my whole
Well, it shouldn't.
spiritual
It shouldn't, dude. It
alignment.
shouldn't. I'm not.
Well,
I'm not
I
one of those
mean, my
assholes
my
that's gonna beat your ass off of what you think. I'm one of those assholes that's gonna make you understand what it really is, bro. I'm sorry, my camera keeps fucking falling. I apologize, but no,
well,
that's not what it is. That's not what it fucking is.
What do you mean, Curtis? What's not what it is? The animals are clearly gay. There's no argument with that. They got pounds and
You talking
pounds of
about
evidence
animals?
of it.
What
There's
about the
pounds
human?
and there's no argument. There's pounds and pounds of evidence of gay humans. So there's no argument there. The argument is it against nature? Is it against God?
Half
That's
of it
the argument.
isn't. I can tell you right now. Did you freeze me? Half of it isn't, dude.
You say half of it isn't.
No, half of it isn't.
well,
So you like lesbians? That's what you're saying.
well.
No, I said
I'm sure
half.
there's a clear.
Talk that.
Oh,
I'm
we
sure there's a clear explanation for some of this because
Bro, so
right now I guess
what's
something coming
happening?
across my
What's happening?
mind.
I'm not going back into the animals. I'm not going back into the animals, bro. I'm not going back into the fucking animals because we fucking here. You're clearly smarter than an animal. There's certain people in a fucking graphic that knows how to handle certain animals, but they're so fucking spread out. That they're like, oh, I should be able to do that. Dude, we're idiots.
Oh, well,
How
that's
about that?
clear. What were you saying,
Yeah, we're
Pat?
fucking idiots. Yeah, we're fucking idiots.
That's very
Don't
clear.
eat. Don't eat off the anger, bro. Don't eat off the fucking anger. How bad is that?
I agree with
Fuck, I agree with you.
Consuming anger is not good. Pat, what were you saying?
Oh no! It's just a surprise. Surprise! No, it's not good. Wow.
Okay, Curtis, we got you. Because go ahead, Pat. What were you saying? Oh shit, we lost him. Okay. Doc says hedonism is hedonism, noun, hedonism, the pursuit of pleasure, sensual self-indulgence. Okay, I just learned something. You showed the beast will stick there in anything that feels good. None of the animals were
That's a
or
good man, bro.
remained exclusively homosexual. That is an important point right there. Doc says none of the animals were or remained exclusively homosexual. That is very important. So in the video that I played, in all of the instances, like one of the explanations the guy said was that it was them practicing or whatever, getting ready, some parts of the year or years of their life they don't have an opportunity to have heterosexual sex. So it's like until they get a chance to have it, the right way, if you will, they do it that way, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Because the other one is not available. Earlier in the video, they were talking about some whales. It sounds like mammals.
Please don't do the whales, bro.
It sounds like a mammal thing. All the animals that they did. Can I think of
I'm
any
just
of
all
them that
caught in
weren't
my
mammals?
feelings, bro.
They were all mammals in that video. Yeah. Okay. Y'all got your stuff?
What?
I got to deal with something right quick. Pat, you didn't get to say what you were saying.
All right, we got to make an agreement with Curtis that he gonna allow me.
Yeah, Curtis, allow Pat to talk.
I don't have to allow him. This is your show, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
Say, man, that definition of hedonism, I guess, somewhat explains away some of that. I guess you could say that kind of behavior, because I mean, I don't know how natural that really is for two same sex to do so. So I mean, I guess it gives somewhat of an explanation. Now, what allows any animal to be attracted to the opposite? I mean, to the same sex, kind of could be explained through chemical imbalance as well, because they show that like there are things that chemically can actually change the way people adapt. Like even like right now, they have studies showing how marijuana can actually, like the chemical that they're using to make the marijuana stronger today, it actually makes men, men more attracted to other men, and women more attracted to other
Hey,
women.
Pat, motherfuckers out here crazy, right?
And then your cup. You don't know your
Well,
cup
I
yet?
mean, that's not a new paradigm. Like that's something that's been.
Pat, I'm not here to
Yeah.
destroy anybody,
All right,
but
thank you.
we started a little.
Well, yeah, I know that's true, but I mean, there are chemical
Keep in mind,
imbalances
I'm a
that
free
allow.
man. I'm a completely free man. No one controls
Oh
me.
yeah, I'm more
No,
free than
seriously,
you.
no one controls me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Unfortunately,
more free than you.
dude, let's try not. Do you, man? Like fuck.
I am. But like I said, I mean, I'm just presenting facts. I mean, there are chemicals that ends up in our foods. Like I said, I mean,
So yep,
I one one of the
So
reasons why I don't indulge in marijuana anymore is because of some of those types of things that I found out was in there. Even though I've never been attracted to any never had a same sex attraction, but that's just one of those things. It's like meant to weaken people. So I mean, I think that there are ways that you can say that some of these things
hey,
happen that's not completely natural, but they it happens for other reasons. So I mean, for me, I mean, whatever you do, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one to try to judge somebody for whatever, lifestyle that they choose. Or some, and then
Pat, that's the thing.
and then there's an argument that they're not choosing. I don't know. I mean, that's not something that I experience, and I can't really, really put a finger on and say, oh, these people
Pat,
are
that's the
lying, or
thing,
this.
bro. It's not a lifestyle, man. You ever worked through some things?
It's most definitely a lifestyle. I mean, you may not accept it as one of your own, but it's definitely a lifestyle for those who are in it.
Okay, I want to move on. The reason why I was talking about that subject was because of the religious part that sparked my my spiritual growth. Because once I saw that in nature, then it really changed my outlook. So I want to talk about Islam, and I'm read some sunnahs out of the Quran, and I'm probably gonna pull up some comparisons between the Bible so we can see that. So, but a lot of people don't know Islam at all. I used to work at Home Depot, and well, one of my supervisors was from Nigeria. That's where I learned a little Igbo. I learned a little Igbo when I was working at Home Depot, and um, Sirajuddin, that was his name. I can't remember his whole name, but he was Muslim. And with the Muslim background that I had, we kind of automatically made a connection. And I freaking pretty much hated everybody else that worked there. Everybody hated me. And me and his relationship was like a love-hate kind of thing. Like he was harsh. But the thing is, I talked to this one girl who was working there, and she was like, "Well, what is Islam? Do they worship the devil? Do Muslims worship the devil?" And like, I can't when I don't have an answer. Like, I couldn't answer that. I was struck by her even, like, thinking that way. Like, where does this come from? You know what I'm saying? And but you know, as I became more aware of things, I realized a lot of people are thinking that way. I don't know where the hell it came from, but they think that Muslims worship the devil. So, anyways, that's why I want to talk about. So, we're going to go about a little bit of basic stuff. Let me read this right quick. What is Islam? Islam is an Arabic word which means peace, submission, and obedience. It also means acceptance and commitment to abide by the teachings and guidance of God. One of the beautiful names of God is Ase Salam, the peace. Islam also means to be at peace with God and his creatures. Being at peace with being at peace with God implies complete submission to his will, who is the source of all purity and goodness. Being at peace with his creatures implies living in peace within oneself, with other people, and with the environment. Thus, Islam is a total system of living in peace. Islam is the same message and guidance which God revealed through all his prophets to every people throughout the history of mankind. One who follows Islam is called a Muslim, an Arabic word which means the one who submits to the will of God. That's really simple. I just wanted to say that for the ones out there who think that you know that what they believe in is different. Okay, here's another one. Here, let me read a little bit this. Before you comment, I'm gonna read these pillars. It says, "What are the pillars of Iman, faith? Muslims believe in one and only God with all his unique attributes. Angels created him. All the holy books originally revealed to the different prophets, including the Torah, Psalms, Gospel, Bible, and the Quran. All the prophets through whom God sent his message to mankind, including Noah, Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, Moses, David, Jesus, and Muhammad, peace be upon them all. The day of judgment, the day of resurrection, life after death, an individual's accountability, reward, and punishment for good and bad deeds, actions, and Al-Qadr, God's pre-estimation, which means God knows everything. He knows what has happened and what will happen. Okay, comments.
For me, I think that I mean anyone that believes in religion, because I mean I don't want to discount anybody's belief, but I mean from what I understand of each one, they have the same principles and outlook. So if you consider one better than the other, you've just you're tainting your own beliefs, because they're all line up with the same type of principles. Maybe there's a different practice that may be involved in said religion, but it's all, and they're really all in alignment. These are just different cultures that are practicing the same types of things. So when you kind of make something negative about another religion, you're really still talking about your own as well.
Yep. I can't disagree with any of those comments that you just made. What I'll add is that Muslims believe that everybody is born Muslim. Everyone. It doesn't matter what culture that you were raised in. That's what they believe. So let me read a little bit more. It says, "How can someone become a Muslim? Anyone who believes in one God and does not consider any other deity worthy of worship besides him. All he or she has to do is affirm the belief in the last prophet of God, Muhammad, peace be upon him, through saying." So, kind of just basically what that's saying is accepting Muhammad as a prophet, like you would Jesus.
Yeah, it's the same idea. It's just
Mm,
practically just a different you know, a different identity for the person, because one thing that people don't realize is like these people are not true. 'Cause I mean, Jesus is a representation of an idea because it's the Christ, and Muhammad is like it's not somebody's name; it's a title. So I mean, it's something that identifies with that.
I think Jesus was
Person.
too. The, was exactly the same.
Yeah.
A title
So
that was
I mean,
given.
well, yeah. I mean, and like I said, that energy, that because I mean, there's been many Muhammads, there's been many Christ, or Jesus figures. Um, that's existed throughout time, and these are ones that has I guess lasted over the last few centuries, because I mean there was uh I forget the one of the Egyptians, because they had, because it goes back to what, like, I get them mixed up because it's, but I know I mean most of the religions now are some that originally came out of what happened in Egypt thousands of years ago. The same story, and it's it's just redone with different names that people can relate to in those regions. So, I mean,
Yeah, that's what it is. Really, again, eloquently said, like Deuce be saying all the time. Like I can't even. There's nothing I could say behind what you just said. Doc says big difference between the two. Jesus say no other gods before me. Muhammad say no other at all. But I think that is a mis translation in the Bible. One of those things that have been, the confusions that are in there, because I think that originally that's what they said too. And so, but like this idea of the Jesus, and then like that's the icon, right? Because like I say, one of the main differences for me, because I go to churches and I go to mosques. In a church, you have images of people in the church, statues, paintings, stuff like that. You go into the mosque, you don't see no images of no man at all. So people think like, okay, they worship Muhammad. No, they do not. I mean, they say his name every time, but they don't have him on the wall.
Okay, so, bro, we had a conversation about the Big Bang Theory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Big Bang
We
Theory.
we had a conversation about the Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang Theory is very far. It's very fucking far, because that was ours, and I'm talking about humans. That was ours. We existed because of that explosion of energy, existence, and what was never there. Hopefully you caught me. Hopefully you caught me there. That's
Well,
what I'm talking about, bro. Like,
I'm
no. You cannot make a fucking decision on that kind of shit, because it's all elements. It's
well, my thing about that is that I mean, there's no proof of it. I mean, it's a theory. That's just like that's just like the out of
proof of it.
that's just like a out of Africa theory, where all of the continents
No, that's not out of
existed with
Africa,
people.
bro. That's everybody's.
No,
That's
no,
why
I know.
that's
I
why I
said I
view
just
everybody
like.
as
I said
dumb.
just like. Huh? Everybody's what?
That's why I view everybody. You track back, didn't it? That's why I view everybody as dumb until you prove yourself as being intelligent.
Oh, that the Big Bang theory.
No. We were
The
supposed to
Big
be,
Bang.
dude. We were supposed to have flying cars and all kinds of shit right now. Well, we are
And
late because
we're late. How are we late?
I will die one day, and I'm not letting any motherfucker on this fucking planet stop. Not one of you. Not one of you. Not fucking one of you.
Well,
Like, seriously. Are you
I mean,
serious?
I think someone of intelligence really uses what
Yeah,
is
there's a
known
hell of a lot of them up there, Pat.
and
That's what
instead
I
of
mean.
using theories to live by.
I'm done with racism. I'm done with religion. I think I already said this in the last video.
Well, I was just using an explanation because I mean, you said something that was very similar to the
I didn't do
same
shit.
thought. Yes, you did. You brought up a Big Bang theory,
Yes,
something that has no proof. There's no proof. All we know that it is, and that's all we can ever say until there is some proof.
Right, because science, the reason why they talk about the Big Bang is because they can't see past that moment. That doesn't mean that there's
Chaka, I know this,
nothing happened
dude.
before.
Dude. That was a promise.
Thought.
That was a fucking promise. I know this.
It's a limited thought.
So wait,
now
let me read a random. This is a random out of Sunnah, out of the Quran. It says, "No one can be a believer until he wishes for his brother what he wishes for himself. It's not befitting for a believer to sever his relationship, not be on speaking terms, with his brother for more than 3 days. The one who is ungrateful to others is ungrateful to God." That's random, but I wanted to read it because that's one of those. It's kind of like those ones that you remember when you read stuff. The ones that stick out to you.
Let me ask you this. So basically, what I'm gathering and Curtis' argument, rhetoric, whatever you want to call it, is that God doesn't exist and we're here because of science. Pure science. There's no God. That's what you're saying.
Hey,
There's no higher being.
No. See, this is the thing. Energy has to be created.
Essentially.
Essentially, okay. So energy has to be created. Somebody has to. You have to put forward the effort, bro. God, I hate that I'm so fucking lazy in this place.
Well, because I feel like this here, in order for you to truly understand God, you have to understand the universe and creation is essentially what we've been talking about in the past night's podcast and tonight's podcast.
Yes.
So you're just saying that science is what created everything that exists. And
No, dude, I'm not talking about science. So what are you talking about?
The Big Bang Theory is science.
Well,
it's not science. It's actually what happened.
Ask this question to yourself.
It's actually what the fuck happened.
Because I have a somewhat of a different belief than a lot of people, but I mean, you can really make it simple by asking certain questions. Did science create God, or did God create science?
Very good question.
Is this like really? I mean, as far as like, because I attribute my gratitude to the universe, which in ultimate I think most people call God. So I mean, the word right there can kind of go back and forth however you want, because it is the same. So either science, which one came first, science
The chicken or the egg?
You know what I'm saying?
Doc says, "Is let there be light, Big Bang, and there was light. Neither one either support nor exclude the other." I agree with you, Doc. They could be one and the same. But again, it's a theory, is what Pat is saying. And like I say, it's the singularity. I study this shit really heavy because I'm super into this shit. So, but what it really means is they can see time, right? Because see, the way things happen with our telescopes, space and time is the same thing. When you look far, the furthest away you're looking back into the past, something that already happened. You know what I'm saying?
Millions, if not billions, of years ago.
So that you understand. I know Pat understands. So, but then the Big Bang is just as far as we can see back with our utensils that we have available. We can't see any further back. That doesn't mean that is the beginning. That's just the beginning as we know it.
Yeah. Or that we can understand, or
can see.
I think it's okay that we don't know it, and like us having an argument, to me, it's kind of I mean, if there's no true line of proving any of it, like it happened so long ago, I mean, one thing that we know is that it is, and it.
That's what matters. And I agree
Yeah.
with you because I think that's why I'm not a numbers guy. Like I feel like I feel out the universe, and I just kind of go with what I feel, and that's kind of how I ride the universe. That's how I do. I really believe in chance because I believe nothing happens by accident, and if you pay attention to the universe, it's just gonna guide you on a path that you're supposed to be going on. That's what I believe. So the thinking about creation is what we're thinking about. When it happened doesn't matter because, like, as far as we know, time is forever, right? Like an instant moment. I mean, it's a moment that lasts
There's no such
forever.
thing as time. There's no
Right
such thing as time. I mean, it's a continuum now. I mean,
now,
yes, yeah, like that's
right
like,
now, right
yeah,
now is the
that's
only time that exists.
Is that why they say tomorrow is not promised?
No, tomorrow doesn't exist at all. Tomorrow does not exist, and yesterday does not exist really. I mean, yesterday is a history, but it doesn't exist in time. Time is only now. That's it.
Gotcha.
and actually time can act like the way we calculate time can change. It's not indefinite because really because of science, the sun can spin faster or slower. Like just like how I think we somewhat discussed in Alaska, like there's 6 months of sunlight, and like the judgment of how we perceive time can change. So
Right.
it's not an indefinite thing of our calculations. So I mean, it's just really a way for us to explain something away. But it's one thing that is definite, like it is a continuum now. No matter how many, how you look at it, it is. And the past only exists in our mind,
And the future only
and that's
exists in our
not.
mind.
Yeah.
That's why we're not supposed to be afraid of death. And this is another thing that I keep on trying to come back to is because we're not supposed to worry about tomorrow. Now is all that is. You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to plan for tomorrow, but we're not supposed to, worry about tomorrow. You get what I'm saying? Like our last breath could be now. It's gonna be now when it happens. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
So therefore, it's like what they do is they detach us from nature, right? And then they make us afraid of death, and then they use that as a tool to control us. Because if you got a whole community of people who aren't afraid of death, how the hell can you control them? Let me ask you that question. What kind of tool can you come up with to control a whole society of people who are not afraid of dying right now?
You
Yeah,
can't because they don't care about death. In their mind, hey, when it happens, it happens.
well, I mean, I would have to say to some extent, you know, it's a new fear because I mean, our government does it all the time. I think that there's a lot of things that would have changed by now if they are not presenting new fears to us, you know,
Daily.
via,
Can
yeah,
I ask y'all this question?
of
If we
course.
truly, if we're truly afraid of death, then why do we go to sleep?
Right?
Sleep
Because
is
we
the
What?
fucking
closest thing
tired.
to death.
I
What?
And
mean,
it's
Sleep's a recharge, bro.
But I'm just saying,
no,
sleep
no,
is the
no.
closest thing to death. That's
Du-
I'm
Dude's got a
asking.
good. He's got a good point. It's the
I
cycle of life. But I think this. Let me ask you this, Pat, because you didn't hear earlier. I was talking about how heroin is a little taste of death, and how having sex every time you ejaculate is a taste of death, and then how death is kind of like the escape. You know what I'm saying? The relief or release, if you will. You follow me? So what
yeah.
Dude's saying about sleep is he's right about that because there are people that are afraid of going to sleep because they think they're going to die. So I mean, but sleep is a natural cycle. That's the reason why we sleep, is because everything goes in cycles. And also we're like a computer. The computer has to reboot. So I think a lot of what's happening when we're dreaming and shit is kind of like our brain rebooting. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like our you know what I'm saying? It's a reboot of the system. So
Yeah.
but that's still, your question is still valid, Deuce, because sleep is close to death. You know what I'm saying? That's the closest you get to death. You know what I'm saying? On a regular basis. But then that has to do with the yin and the yang, the light and
Well,
the dark, a lot, life and death, the cycle of life forever. Because life cannot exist without death.
well, look, I look at it like this because you know our conscious brains is what is being controlled. Our subliminal, you know, subliminal part of our mind is what we really live on. I mean, and that's what controls things that we have no control over. So I mean, the program is on our awake brain, the one that we use as we're awake. But overall, the a subliminal part of our brain, if I feel like I'm saying it wrong for whatever reason, but y'all understand what I'm
Subconscious.
the
Yeah, we
subconscious.
know.
Yeah. The subconscious part of our brain is what controls everything. Like, our breathing, our heartbeat, our lungs pumping, all, it really controls everything. But the part that we really think, like we're using, the weaker part of our brain, is what allows fear and this, that, and the other. So that's I think it's somehow we're allowing our weaker self to present itself when it comes to fears and
And that's our
uh
ego. And that's our ego, because okay, this is how I think of it. I think of it as like the subconscious as like the handle of the sword, and like the conscious is the tip. So it's like the conscious mind is like how you deal with immediate things. You know what I'm saying? Immediate danger. I mean, your subconscious does have the fight or flight reflex. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the precision. When the subconscious isn't precise, it's big and wide. It handles the meat of everything. And then, but you got to have another part that deals with the precision. It's like when you have a pilot, you have a ship, and you have the guy who's the navigator, and then you have the guy who's driving it. So the navigator is the subconscious, the guy who's driving it is the conscious mind. And
well, I
so
would I would I would actually look at the autopilot. Like, I would look at it more like, autopilot is gonna be the part of that subconscious part of your brain. And then when things look a little crazy or scary, that's when you try to take control. You take over that part of the shall I say, I don't know, program or that. Because I mean, two humans, they're serving the same purpose. The autopilot is a automatic program. This is something that it's going to do it a certain way because that's the way it's programmed. But when a human, for whatever reason, gets involved, that's when you're taking it past the you know that automatic control. So I mean, I don't.
and the ego, what happens is we forget about the subconscious. We don't even think it exists. We don't even, the ego won't let us. So, and we think that we have control. And this is what I see in a lot of people in their life when they try to be really controlling around them. These are the people who are in the least control of their life, because the person that's in more control of their life are not going to be all control, trying to be all controlling of the things that are happening around them. Because
True.
like I always say, like when you're driving, you can control your car, but you can't control the other cars. So because you can't control the other cars, you slow down so that your reaction time can be better. You know what I'm saying? That you, so that you, because my dad, when he taught me how to drive, he was like, because I would be freaking out about the medians and stuff like that, and the damn curbs. I still hit curbs like a motherfucker. And my dad would be like, "You
Oh,
can't
thanks
be."
for letting me know. You can't use my car.
Oh yeah, I didn't have to fix. I didn't have to fix 3 cars behind me hitting curbs, like on a regular basis. So it wears out that damn axle or whatever the fuck it is on the back right or back left tire or whatever. It's just always the same tire.
This nigga got misjudgment, remedial issues.
So yeah, but my dad was like, "You don't worry about them; they not moving. You need to be worried about those cars. Those cars got people in them, and you don't know what the hell they're gonna do." So a really great driver, he could predict the behavior of the other cars but he's predicting their mind. He's reading their mind by following the tendencies of the way they drove. So and it gives you indications. So how like y'all drive. So y'all know how like I knew that motherfucker was gonna do that shit.
Yes, all the time. Say, bro, I ain't gonna lie. It's times where I see certain things going on. I slow down and I just watch, and I was like, see that fool right there? I knew he was gonna be some trouble. You know what I'm saying? Like, they'll jump in front of you, like within a few feet of them passing you, and all kind of craziness.
Just some stupid shit.
Yeah.
But you knew it was about to happen. Like you felt it or whatever, but you was already watching that car. You was watching that car and you was like, that motherfucker right there, he gonna do something stupid.
It almost becomes like a disruption in your thought process, because this vehicle will become the main thing
focus
in your like you begin to focus on it, because like it's a disruption and you can feel it. Like it's a certain energy that these people kind of give off on the highway. For whatever reason, that car becomes like, wait a minute, what? You just start watching it. You don't know what the hell they're gonna do, but it's something irregular about this this vehicle. So I definitely relate with that.
Yeah, so but I forgot what I was talking about with that. What did I say right before that? I don't know, whatever. Y'all got comments? What we were talking about before that, I fucking lost it. The connections between people, I don't know, reading their mind. I can't remember what the hell my point was.
Well, we had left from the autopilot and the
subconscious and conscious mind. Yeah, okay, yeah. So the precision is the conscious mind, and the ego, that's where I was going. Your ego takes over, and then you controlling of other people around you, because that's always the ego. When the controlling, anybody that's super over controlling, they've let their ego just get out of control, and they are trying to control everything around them, but really they feel powerless. You know what I'm saying? They feel helpless. So that's the reason why they are so intense on controlling every single aspect of everything. And it's like a form of anxiety, but we forget about that autopilot. We forget that we have that. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I was talking about earlier. Is like, the guidance of the of nature, of the universe is like I say, humans really supposed to not really do anything. Like, we're supposed to be just like imagining shit and talking and chopping it up. This going to work all the time. Oh shit, I got a video on that. Let me play that because I'm thinking about it. Fucking this going to work all the time. Historically, this is not what we've done, bro. This is a very new thing in history for us as humans. We have just kind of just hung out. That's pretty much what we do, bro. And imagine things and create things. I believe that's our natural state. We're going to work every day is not our natural state.
Nah. I mean, everything is given to us in the beginning. And then, of course, the creativity of some man or some men brought it to where they could control these people. Like,
right.
Hey, you can't have this unless you do this.
Exactly. Rent, or mortgages, or all of that shit. Did our ancestors deal with that shit? Did they have to pay rent? So imagine if you didn't have to pay rent or a car note. would you even go to work?
Most people would. No.
Probably not. I mean, I ain't gonna say, bro. I mean, I guess that you could say I'm lazy in nature, as like naturally, I probably would be. Like if I didn't have to do that, yeah, I'd probably be a lazy fuck.
You wouldn't be, because we're not naturally lazy. It just appears that way. That's what they call it. That's the rhetoric, that's the programming that we have been
I
through
yeah,
in this
I
capitalism.
yeah,
Yeah.
I
Because
can
we
agree with
because
that.
because we're not, and this is what I be screaming all the time. I think that humans are not naturally lazy. We just want to do what we want to do. It's like when you was a kid, you wasn't lazy. You was running around, playing in the damn dirt, climbing the damn tree, jumping fences and shit. Why did you do that shit? Because you wanted to. That's it. Period. And that's what we're supposed to do our whole damn life. Whatever the hell we want to do. And we're gonna want to create things. We'll get tired of jumping the fences, and then we'd be like, let me fucking create some damn science. Let me create some math. And it won't be because somebody told you to do it or whatever. It's just gonna be because like that's what you wanted to do that day. You get me? Like
Yeah.
that's us. That's how we are. Today I want to fucking go fishing. Tomorrow I create math. Where do y'all think the shit came from? How do you think math was discovered? You know what I'm saying? Somebody had to fucking be sitting around and was thinking about that shit. They couldn't have been going to
Well,
a job every day.
I think it was one of our own, like one of our cousins during that period of time, your time, time of life that created that shit, for whatever reason. I don't know, because I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a new paradigm, and
Doc
but the
says
whole
that back then it took all day to do all the things you needed to do to survive. That's what they used to think, Doc. That's what they used to think. But we have evidence now. I'm in anthropology. This is what I study. We have evidence now that the hunter gatherers, we thought that the hunter gatherers spent all their time hunting and gathering, but we have evidence now, like we can prove it, that they didn't. They spent most of their time not hunting and gathering.
Hey, I might have to step out for just a moment. I'll be right back. I'm not
That's
sure if
cool. I'm about to
my
play.
car. Yeah, I'm about to start driving, so I need, if it allow me to switch it with staying on, I will, but I may have to just come back in. But
All right.
just to give y'all a heads up.
All right, bet. Thank you for the heads up. And I'm about to play a video anyway, so that's gonna be good for us to give us all a chance to breathe. Doc says back then it took all day to do all the things you need to survive, and that's what they used to think in anthropology. But that's not the current way of viewing, because they have evidence that goes against that, and it shows that the people were chilling all day. I can't really, I mean, it would take a whole lecture for me to explain that, but they can prove that, they didn't have to hunt and gather every day, because, and it's common sense when you think about it, because if they went and slaughtered an animal, whatever it was, I mean, like they only did small game, but if they did a big game, then they definitely don't eat meat for a while. And humans don't eat, back then, humans didn't eat a whole lot of meat. We ate mostly fruits, nuts, and vegetables. So again, gathering. So you go out and you gather fruits, nuts, and vegetables. Nigga, we're not eating all of that shit. We still got fruits, nuts, and vegetables in the morning. We wake up in the morning and we eat some damn apples and shit we gathered yesterday. Nigga, that shit might last 2-3 days. It might be a week before we ever have to do something again. And that's how we lived. Let me play this.
When I start working in the morning, it's just like somebody putting a switch on myself. It's monotonous, very monotonous. It's a steady pace. There's no break unless the line stops or I'm relieved from my break or lunchtime. As far as the job goes, I don't think about that because after doing it so long, there's no thought to it, just to do it. Most of the men working in this plant, like myself, are forced into the job in the first place, mainly because once a man gets in there, if he's got a family, he's stuck there. He hasn't got the education to get a better job.
I'm gonna speed
The
it
few
up.
men I have working around me,
People
I
in the
don't know them
past talked
because we don't
slower.
have time to actually meet each other. We can't get a chance to talk if I don't know their names, and I don't know if they know mine. I think of other things deliberately to keep the monotony out of my mind from the job. I think of my wife and baby at home, what she might be doing, if the baby is all right, if he's asleep or if he's awake.
Herbert Slater is caught midway between the twilight of one industrial age and the dawn of another. Automation will eliminate more and more dull, repetitive jobs. The wave of the future is for machines to do this kind of work. If he loses the job which he now resents, what can he do? A psychologist has called work the individual's main basis for self-justification.
The way we live, the furniture and appliances we have is a lot more than a lot of people in this country, let alone the world. I'm thankful for that. The job I have is paying for this. I'm thankful for it. But I still feel that there's something missing in our life. Comparing my work with my wife's family's work, I feel that they are trade men. They are more or less their own boss. It's a much better way of life. I wouldn't want my son to work in any plant. He can be a plumber if he likes, or a carpenter. I get stuck in a factory and work the way we have to work.
Sometimes I really didn't want to come into work because it was so much of a bore, sitting in the chair for, well, the best part of 8 hours, watching rolls come up the chute. I'd be staring and looking, and I'd see nothing. I said to myself, I'm not going to sit for the rest of my life watching rolls come off the machine. I'm going to try to better myself the best I can.
You're the father of this thing. You're the director. You're telling me what to do. And when it comes out with something, a perfect product, it's almost a thing of beauty. It took all of this machinery to make it. I made it, and it's perfect.
Ralph Butcher's job represents a break in the pattern of over-specialization usually found throughout industry. He is freed from the day-long attachment to the machine itself. He has knowledge of the complete manufacturing process, and this gives him a greater sense of identification with his work. Ralph Butcher shares responsibility for the raw materials fed into the machine and the quality of the product which comes out.
The units you produced, I wouldn't ship.
Ralph Butcher never finished high school. Like other unskilled workers, he has lived in the shadow of advancing technology.
We started out all machine operators.
I think we're in the
controls,
same
what have
boat
you,
today.
various backgrounds in this company.
video
We're involved in a
showing where we are today too.
A reindoctrination, probably a reevaluation of life. And all of a sudden I found myself back as a schoolboy. This meant books, all of the things that I had been so out of synchronization with. Normally I would leave my work at work and go home looking forward to a night with the wife and the children, television and so forth. All of a sudden I found myself with books, a great many demands. My family, they couldn't quite figure me out at first. I think probably the most amazing thing that I find is the fact that when I wake up in the morning, I don't detest going to my job.
Enable us to do a better job. Supervisors at the plant are not always comfortable in their double role as boss and counselor.
one problem we talked about is, can you help people? Can you direct them? Can you guide them? Can you counsel them? Can you befriend them? Can you be concerned about their welfare and at the same time, get the product out and make money for the company? And what happens when you try to guide and counsel and educate 3,000 people?
Well, I think we got to be careful because one of the basic problems and basic objectives of our whole career counseling program is to be sure that the job doesn't outrun the man. And I think we see it in industry today as we get closer to complete automation or even more automation. You see the job that a man did yesterday, he's having difficulty moving over and doing a more difficult job today. And when the day comes for him to move, he's got to be ready. And I think the problem is that so many people get started so darn late. They wake up to the fact that their job as they know it today is going to be eliminated, and all of a sudden they hit a panic and they want to, I got to learn how to do the new job. But unless he's progressively come along and built himself a pretty good base, he's in real trouble, and I think we see it.
I have seen some, they fall flat on their face when you give them too much responsibility sometimes. They just don't have the ability to handle the responsibility or the pressure of the boss. They've got into a job, they've gone up the ladder, what they thought was a much better job because it looked better. They went from blue shirts to white shirts, salary structure changed, and all of a sudden they said, why didn't I stay where I was?
And I don't really see what is wrong with bringing a guy back down if he, especially on request, if he realizes that he cannot keep up with the level of the job, and he requests to go back, why not?
Dr. Edwin Land, scientist and president of the Polaroid Corporation.
We must remember that the problem that concerns us in industry now, the over-specialized use of the individual, is a relatively new one in the history of mankind.
Over-specialized use of the individual.
Prior to that, people gathered together to work together as craftsmen.
Yes.
As we now approach the new age of automation, which is the ultimate in this 100-year process of mechanization, we see ourselves as ready to be set free again, not to terminate industry, but to bring industry back to that kind of warmth, to the kind of environment that made life good for the craftsman. Seems to me we have a choice between two futures. One future, which is a magnificent and exciting one, in which within the industrial framework, everybody will be learning and be retrained and will be bringing his new abilities to the new products and new needs. The other future, which I fear, and which I think we all would fear, and which need not happen, the future which we must avoid, is one in which we go on with our program of making more and more things automatically, of training scientists and engineers who live in a separate world from the mass of the people, while the mass of the people are freed from work, but become less and less interested in the life that they have to live.
Less and less interested in the life that they have to live. They have to live? Or does he mean they have the one that they... Okay.
See, and that connotation really is can be misconstrued.
Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
That connotation, because it's the same word, but the way he said it, that they have to live or they have to live. They were adding the two to it because, honestly, I don't think technology is our true enemy. It's the fact that, because with the industry still being able to be built and, man being smart enough to allow something else to build certain things for us that it should be a new, allow a window for us to be able to do the things that we really want to do.
And that's what's not happening. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I know.
That's what's
so. Yeah, but there's people that who are, are at the head of it that that wants to be in control and want to hinder other people that's not in their position because instead of allowing people to just live their lives, even though there's enough things to go around for everybody, they just can't see people just living, off the land or the fruit of our world, because each and every one of us are supposed to have equal value in this world, on this planet. But it's greed that that presents that situation where we can't, everybody can't have this unless you're doing this or that or whatever, as if they can equate value with what it is that you are doing for the machine. But
exactly,
I don't know.
It's capitalism, neoliberalism, nationalism, is it's classism. It's people trying to keep the masses at a certain level. So the thing is also we've been brainwashed, because think about this. I mean, it would have to be some kind of socialist society, right? The machines. And then the other video, was I talking about the beginning of this? I know you wasn't here, and I was talking about how the damn pharmaceutical companies, the Pfizer specifically, was publicly funded and it's privately owned, and they're holding the patents, they're making billions of dollars. How come the people don't own that patent, and how come we're not making those billions of dollars, and that money can be distributed throughout all the citizens of the United States?
Well, I mean, we first have to ask, why is a patent needed? I mean, the patent was created to control something that is still a natural resource. I mean, regardless of how far removed you are from it being from the ground, I mean, it still comes from the earth. I don't give a damn what it is. So, I mean, it belongs to everybody, but because of this idea of a patent and the respect for a patent really is some BS, really.
Bullshit. I was about to say that. That's the best word. Bullshit. But that's just like a deed for land, for land or property, real estate, because that's bullshit too, because the government could come and take it at any moment. You don't really own it.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the creation of the tax, which like, what makes you be able to charge me for a piece of land that, like, I don't know. That's,
It's been here
bro.
forever, and it's been here before us, and it'll be here after us. How the fuck can a human own a patch of land that's been here before them? And the ancestors were here, and all of this shit. Like, it really doesn't make any fucking sense at all. And that's the distraction. That's the confusion. You know what I'm saying? That's how they got us paying rent. And that's what I'm talking about. And in this video right here is showing these guys. And what I got from this video, I don't know if any of y'all was hearing it, but it's like what I get is like everybody was miserable. Even the supervisors were miserable. You know, they're stuck too. The guy felt stuck. They felt stuck. They're like, I got it. We have families. All the men have families. So we're stuck here. And then he's all like, we don't even know each other's names because we don't even have time to talk to each other. We just go in the whole time. He said, you know what I'm saying? He said, he don't even think about it. He'd be daydreaming while he's working because he don't have to think about it. He's been doing it so long. And it's like this idea of
A
like,
lot of that video, I
go
said a
ahead.
lot of that video I missed because, no, I'm sorry, no, I'm glad you're saying what you're saying, because I missed a lot of it just based on the fact, like, I don't know if it was my connection or whatever, but it was real patchy. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I try to always do a recap of whatever I show so people can. That's like the way I do it. But yeah, so they,
yeah,
the first guy, he was a regular factory worker guy, and he was thinking about his family, but he was actually probably upper middle class at this time, really. But he was miserable at work, and he had a factory job, and he couldn't, he didn't know his coworkers. They couldn't even talk, and he said he just daydreamed all day, and he said he didn't want his son to work in a factory. He said he wanted his son to do a trade. So he was like, I don't want my son to do this what I'm doing, and he said he feels stuck. And then the supervisors were saying the same thing. Some of the supervisors wanted to go back to regular workers again because they didn't like the job that they had to do as a supervisor. And I can I can sympathize with that. I know exactly where they're coming from with that. And a lot of things, the way the structures are set up, it's our class system. This is what I want people to fucking pay attention to. Cause call me fucking crazy, but every time I drive by a construction site, it's mostly Hispanics out there. You know what I'm saying? Is this by coincidence? The ones that's really making the money, the supervisors, not the foreman, it tends to be a white guy. Call me fucking crazy. This is the class system structure that we have here in the United States. So it's also within, like, the presidency. That's how each corporation is set up, kind of like how the government is set up. But it's not a democracy at all. It's totally a totalitarian state where the boss is the dictator, and
authoritative.
authoritarian state. Yeah, I used the wrong word. So but it's the class system. Okay, so the janitors or whatever, the people who clean and shit are at the bottom. Then you have the people that work and do stuff, and then you got the supervisors of them, and then you got the supervisors of everybody. So, and this is also the class structure of our society. Please hear me when I say this. This is exactly the class structure of our society. Those ones who are the CEOs, those are the ones that we talk about complaining about the elites or the rich ones or the ones that we're supposed to tax or whatever. These are the aristocrats of present day, like the lords of the past, the kings and queens of the past.
Yes.
And in some situations it's the same bloodlines related to certain things. It goes deep. So our society is stratified with these class structures, and you aren't really, like, they give you the illusion of the American dream to keep you grinding on the fucking hamster wheel.
Listening, bro. I just be sitting here listening.
They give you illusions to keep you grinding, and they give you trinkets and shit to keep you grinding on the hamster wheel. But most people don't really have an opportunity to ascend this class structure because it's really set up between who your parents were. So regardless of what you made. So some of these guys who like made a bunch of money within their life, you know what I'm saying? And you might think that they're a part of that group. Like, let's say 50 Cent or Jay-Z. These people are not really accepted in that crowd. Now, they get to spend money and be in the groups with them, at the parties with them, but there are some parties they're not invited to. There's certain conversations that they are not included in. You understand? It's a genetic, it's who your parents were.
Yeah, that is totally true. Because I mean, I think a lot of our society misses the fact that ultimately it is classism. The idea, because political status has everything to do with class more than it does with race. And because of the way that they sell it to us, I mean, it's a way for us to divide ourselves from each other, and to build a mental construct where we will not, we won't see each other as the same, and separate ourselves so we don't come up against the system together. So it's ultimately over the class, and a lot of it is connected directly to the people in power, because like I said, we talked about it many times on the show, where when these government contracts come out, it's within.
Right.
It's somebody who
Buddies,
has,
friends,
yeah,
family
yeah,
members.
yeah, and they can break it down into, and they never do any of the actual physical work, but they have the contract, that big contract where they can make subcontracts with others to get
And
the
they don't
job,
even
to
have to do
actually
the
get the
work.
job done. Never.
Yeah, and they pay them and they take the difference. The big fat cut off the top. Straight out to your pocket too, because the government is paying the bill.
Exactly.
So this is from the 1960s, this video. It's really interesting page too. This guy, he was the writer on really popular sitcom like Seinfeld, I want to say. The producer, executive producer, I want to say, David Hoffman. He has a YouTube page, and he has a bunch of old footage that he had in his vault, and he's been releasing it over time. See, this was released on January 15th, 2022, but this video is from 1960. It's old footage that he has. So, yeah, so this video was 1960. Auto worker hated his job and felt like a robot, doesn't see automation coming. So, and also it's like automation has already happened. They turn the people into the robots. But the thing is, this is another thing though, because they sell us the idea that They moved all the factories overseas, which at some point they did or whatever. But a lot of this was related to automation. But um, what happened to the idea? Where did it go? Like they didn't like. I can't find the words, but it was like a trap from the jump. Like they saw all of this coming, and this is from the '60s, and it's like we're still in the same. We still haven't turned the gear yet, and because the schools are still making factory workers. But what I'm saying is,
They're high tech factory workers now. I
yeah,
mean, because I used to work in what you might call a factory, and there was limited things that this automation could do, or they weren't able to afford at that point to be able to do all the little intricate things that had to be done to complete the job. So they still had people there. Because let's say I worked in a packaging plant, but they had the machines. They bought a potato chip machine where it was I forget the product was, but it was like some kind of chemical. But I mean that's irrelevant. That it would drop the thing in the bag, it will seal the bag, and it drops down on the conveyor belt, and then we throwing little bags in a box, and then send the box on. But however, it was just the fact that because I mean they would have done it 50 years ago if it was possible for them to, or they had figured out exactly how they could do it without us. So this is something that has been moving along progressively for decades already. You know what I'm
and
saying?
and
Like, go
and
ahead.
this is the meat of everything because we talk about manufacturing here in the States, and China and Russia has an alliance now. And we was talking about that damn pipeline, and that's what came up in the news. I was watching something, and so China and Russia are working together on a brand new pipeline, and so this is the heart of the Ukraine conflict, really, from the American point of view, because their interest. So anyways, that's random, but the factories, 1960, the guy's miserable at his job, even though he has a upper middle class life at this time. He got stay-at-home wife, he got all the latest appliances, but he's miserable. Even his bosses are miserable. And so, we was talking about our evolution as humans and how it's really been in recent history that we've been doing this work type way of living, and it's because we're brainwashed that this is what we're supposed to do. You know, make money, hoard resources, and be an individual, and just look out for yourself and your family, and that's it. And
Yeah,
God is money.
yeah. God no longer provides for us. I do.
Ah, fuck.
Huh?
I
God,
said, oh,
God is
fuck.
money. Yeah,
God is
they
money.
God is money to these people. Money is God.
Hey, well, do me a favor. Set me in the most delusional place that you can possibly see me.
Okay.
That's where I want to be. So God's money, right?
How about that?
So
Sounds
funny.
like the beach. That sounds like the beach to me. Look. I would love to be getting a sun.
Yeah,
Not
six
a
six
sun.
six.
Not a
Yeah,
sunset.
MOM. You dial your mom. My mom is saved as mom in my phone. 666. Let's go there. Let's go there so I can, you know.
Well, let's go there.
I'm
666.
listening. I'm listening.
Carbon. Let's talk about carbon. Let's talk about what they want to call is the devil, and then they say it's blasphemy. But then 666
What's
is carbon,
blasphemy?
and
Yeah.
knowing
That's
thyself.
another term. That's
So
yeah.
we forgot,
Cause see,
didn't we?
that's the part that I mean.
Yeah, we
Everything that
forgot.
they're
All
telling
right.
us is
I see.
blasphemous is for you to be afraid of.
Right, and it keeps you away
Go
from the
ahead.
knowledge. It keeps you away from knowledge when they
Exactly.
say, yeah.
Not a new subject here. So I'm because I'm game. I mean, bring it on. I mean, I look. The only thing that can happen is we can disagree.
Yeah.
but I don't know how likely that is, especially on those topics.
I had a news story and I freaking lost it. And we didn't really talk about Sophia Stewart's video. I was planning on playing a little bit of that and the other one. And I also wanted to talk about. We kind of got off track because I was talking about the Islam. I want to say this.
I'm gonna try to talk to her this week. I'm gonna send her an email this week because there were some things that I heard in that interview that I want to actually talk to her about. So I'll let y'all know how that works out.
Yeah, it was. I had a link to the freaking website. Is this SophiaStewart.com? Is that
The
it?
what?
The her website.
Well, I think there's well, her website. I think I sent it to you.
Yeah, I have it on my phone, but I don't
Yeah.
know what it.
Truthaboutmatrix.com.
Okay. Okay. Um, let's see if this is it. Yeah, that's it. Let me share, and then maybe I can read a little bit off the screen.
Oh man.
You out there grinding, huh, Deuce? It sound like you just working.
Yeah, I am, man. Fucking third delivery of the night. Got one more left.
Yeah, I was about to ask how much longer you have on your work shift.
Shoot, bro, I won't be finished about 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah, well, I just got started, so I'm up until probably around. I guess it could change, but I'm assuming around 10
All
in
right,
the
y'all. I'm
morning.
Yeah.
out, bro. I'm out.
All right, peace, bro. So
Peace.
All right, cause
driving. Both of y'all driving right now.
I'm currently. Oh, go ahead, Pat.
I say I am. I'm currently driving.
I'm currently doing this right now. I'm at a customer's tank.
Okay. Do you pump off the truck, or does the plant pump it from the truck?
No, I pump into their tanks.
Okay.
Yeah, right. I'm trying to see. Is there a way to turn the camera around on this?
Oh man,
Yeah,
don't get
there's
me to lying.
on your screen. There should be like a circle, like it'll tell you like it's pretty much flips the camera from the facing you or facing out. But I think you would have to turn your camera on first of all.
Let me read a little bit off of her website. The Third Eye is a science fiction story that spawned the major framework. Okay, hold on. Let me
I
add him.
screwed up.
You there? We can see you.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to turn the camera around. Let's see. Okay, there it is, back camera. All right, so Pat was asking me, do I pump? We don't have a pump on these trailers, but you see that steam right there?
No.
You don't see it. You don't see it steaming.
What? Oh, I can see it a little bit because I mean it's
Hold on, let me make it bigger for y'all.
Yeah, I'm driving plus okay. Yeah, that makes it a little better.
Okay, so right now, this valve right here is the 10M. Okay, that's a liquid phase, and this is the 42, which is a gas phase. So I open up the 10M, and it sucks cold liquid out of the tank. And when it sucks it out of the tank, it runs it through a pipeline system underneath my tank into this right here, which is pressure building coils. All these are stainless steel coils that extremely cold liquid. The liquid is a negative 423 degrees below zero. So it runs it through these coils, which are the temperature of outside, which is probably 1,000 times hotter. The temperature outside is a lot hotter than that stuff. So what that does is it turns that liquid into a gas, and it sucks that gas back into the tank, and that's how it builds pressure. And it lays like a pressure blanket on top of the liquid, which once I get my pressure, this is my pressure gauge, once I get my pressure 15 to 20 psi above my customer tank pressure, then I can pump into their tank. So it's all done by pressure. Because
almost really, it sounds like it's it's some not really high tech, but it's still like it's kind of really gravity driven.
Gravity and pressure. And the reason why they do that is because if you look at those coils, you look at that pipeline back there, it's wet. You can't really see it. Look at this liquid down here. The hydrogen is so cold, it's pulling the oxygen out of the air. And oxygen has a pale blue tint to it. So the reason why they don't run a pump on it, for one, electricity spark could cause hydrogen to go off. Hydrogen is 14 times lighter than air. Just the static electricity in the atmosphere could cause it to spark.
Yeah.
So that's why we just build pressure and shoot it out from pressure into the tank.
Gotcha.
So I got to build my tank pressure up to about 130, 140, and then I can pump into this customer's tank.
Okay.
And then all the customer is doing is they're doing the opposite of what I'm doing. They're sucking liquid out of this tank, out of their tank, and it's going through this pump system. This pump system is taking the liquid and condensing it back into a gas, and they're taking it and filling it into this hydrogen bank right here, which is gas, hydrogen gas. And then from here, they suck it into the warehouse, and that's how they fill their forklift.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Damn.
And so the reason why they use hydrogen in these hydrogen forklifts in the warehouse, because the only emissions there's no emissions, and the only byproduct of hydrogen is water.
Yeah.
So that's why they do it like that.
That's interesting. Because I mean, I've done those types of pumping, but it was with crude oil, and it's a much, it's not as intricate because the trucks that the tankers that I used to pull had pumps on it, and depending on where I'm delivering, I may have to use my own pump because a lot of times when I'm pulling from a tank, pulling the crude from like a lease where I'm doing the pickup, and then when I get to the delivery, a lot of times they suck it off from me. But okay, well, let's get back to
Yeah,
Chaka's.
I don't even remember. I'm so lost.
You was
You
at
said you was gonna play a video of Sophia.
He was about to read from the website.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me go back then because I had to exit that. It was damn it. What was the name of the website again?
Truth About Matrix.
Yeah, cause she's interesting, man. She's interesting.
Some of the most epic movies of the last 2 decades? No, shit, 3 decades. Oh, maybe more. No, because I mean,
When
I
did
think
Matrix
it was
1 come out? Wait,
well,
fucking
no, we got
Terminator
the
1 came out in
the
80.
80s. Exactly.
Yeah.
This is something that's been happening since the 80s. Like, this is somebody who has really made a mark of what future, because like they talk to her, like NASA and like different things talk to her about future, because it's almost like she has prophecy, like she's seeing the future, and like a lot of the things that you saw in that movie, it was a replica of what the world could be. You know what I'm saying? So, and a lot of that that we saw 40 years ago is are things that we're starting to see now,
Yeah, because
or
she started
it's
talking about
evolving
the
now.
the indigo children and all of
Yes,
that. And yeah,
yes.
man. And talking about laying on a book and sleeping on a book and waking up and knowing everything is in it and stuff. And how, this is one of the things that I think about all the time. I think about how this capitalist society we have and then the racism, how it could be some black kid that was born in the projects who was supposed to like come up with, I don't know, some badass technology that would improve everyone's life on the planet. But instead, he ends up being a dope dealer and getting killed or some shit in a gang war by the time he's 21. You get what I'm saying? Just because of the system being all fucked up. But if
Or
that
even
exact same kid would have been able to just, sit there and think about, like I say, live and do what he wanted to do, he would have came up with this shit.
well, look, I mean, because I mean, a lot of what we see now is distractions, and the powers in which we could have maybe, because I mean, even outside of government, like certain things that if we had available, that same kid that you're talking about, if he went to a Big Brother program, the Boys and Girls Club, where they're able to express some of their creativity, or even their thoughts, express their thoughts to someone. A lot of these things can be discovered um, from a from them at an early age, to see what direction we can lead them to. And like we can't fully blame it on the government, because we should be the ones that's creating our communities. Like
Yeah.
that's a part.
I'm not blaming the government. I'm saying that it's a system in place to bust up the possibilities of these people, like, turn us into hamster wheel hamsters, you know what I'm saying, or gang members or dope dealers instead
Yeah, because I
of.
mean, anything the government doesn't provide, I mean, that's left up to us to provide, like for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like we can really do like our great grandparents did. Like they actually had a sense of community. Like they
Yeah.
they did what was necessary for them to survive and thrive. Like they thrive. Like shoot, we're not the first generation of millionaires.
And if I ever have some money, like I said, after school programs, for kids and adults, like types of deal, daytime and evening time programs where people can go and do whatever the hell they want and have resources available to them. That's what I want. It'll be like a school.
Yeah, I mean,
How school should be.
I,
School
yeah,
should be like a library, and the kids
well,
just randomly go around in the library, and it has all the resources and tools that they could, even toys, like toys, but educational toys, things that you learn something from when you play with it. So just, and then let them do whatever the hell they want to do. That's the
yeah,
perfect school.
I think so too, because I mean honestly, like the structure in which they have, because if they're sitting in a class like boredom is gonna set in. I know what it was like for me. So I mean, I think where you have free range. I mean, we're free. We're supposed to be free as human beings, and of course, children, they should have a certain level of freedom, you know, out, within,
We
where they
immediately,
have guidance to be,
what we teach them first,
they
the
have.
first thing I'm sorry, but the first thing we teach them is how to stand in line. You know what I'm saying? How to hold your head
Yeah.
down. How to follow the leader. How to
Yeah.
sing the fucking what is it? What is the damn Pledge of
Pledge
Allegiance or
of Allegiance.
whatever?
Yes.
That's what they learn.
I mean, no doubt. I mean, every human being has to be programmed to some extent. Mom and dad are the first teachers and programmers there are, and I think a lot of it is you know, we don't have our own program, because when we did better as human beings. So I mean, this is a program of control. We
Right.
need to have a program of
like
freedom,
self-control. Yeah,
freedom
like
to
we
think.
know
Yeah,
thyself. So we have to take care of ourselves instead of waiting for the damn government all the time or waiting for the damn talking heads on the news to tell us how to think.
yes.
Let me read a bit. It says The Third Eye is a science fiction story that spawned the major framework, characters, and concepts for what we know today to be the Matrix and Terminator films. The Third Eye, a registered copyrighted protected screenplay, was appropriately illegally and the story split to create two narratives, The Matrix and Terminator. However, these two stories are meant to be one. For example, John Connor in The Terminator is Neo from The Matrix and vice versa. When you read The Third Eye, it brings the two film narratives together and makes more logical sense than when separated. Um, she starts talking about copyright theft and stuff. I don't think nobody cares about that. Um, Let me see.
Well, some may, but I don't know if that's relevant to our conversation right
Yeah.
now. Because we can get into that too, but I think it's more important that we find out that, like in order for all of it to come together, that's just like we gonna use the Bible as a guiding light. We gotta, know that certain things go together or don't go together. So I think that's more so, you know, where our conversation is today. Because I mean, the copyright thing can be talked about, like but right now
I was
it's
hoping
more
that
so.
I was looking for her breaking down the Matrix 4 book or whatever because I'm interested in that. I ain't gonna lie. Like, after watching that video, I kind of want to buy
I'm
that book.
Oh yeah, I'm getting the whole series because honestly, I've been going. I've the whole Matrix paradigm. I've gotten my understanding from the movies, and I just recently, like last week or so, realized that the Terminator and the Matrix went together. So like, I really want to get all of these books, the whole, the Terminator, Matrix, all of those stories, and that way, I can hopefully be more evolved with it coming directly from her, because the movie is going to lose a lot of momentum. You don't really get the full. I don't think you're going to have the same momentum from the movie that you can from the book.
Yeah, I wish there was a description that I could read of the book, but apparently she don't have it. She just got links for you to buy it.
Yeah. Man, yeah, my bad, guys. I had to cut out for a minute, meet y'all to blow this tank pressure down. But
Man,
I did hear you guys talking about your third eye.
Okay.
Is that the front? Is that supposedly like the front part of your brain that they say you only get one dose of it at birth?
No.
um,
Well,
some go ahead.
what I cause see the third eye is a gland
Yeah.
within the brain. It's called the pineal gland. It's
Okay.
supposed to be shaped like a pine cone, but it is the actual gland that allows like is really the central part of your brain that everything else kind of moves around, or is gives the ability for the other parts of your brain to function. You don't really see with the two eyes. Like, it's like your eyes are really like projectors, where reflectors. Really, they're more reflectors because it reflects the light and this, that, and the other. But it transmits back to the brain for you to actually to be able to you know
Actually
perceive.
see them. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just light, and then your perception or your pituitary, I mean your pineal gland, um, works that information into usable information.
yes. So yeah, the third eye is. I mean, honestly, like I had gotten to the point to saying it's really your first eye,
Okay.
but
Okay.
that's over time. That's really what what people are talking about when they say third eye.
And sometimes they just say "I." Shine your eye. I hear that a lot from African people. Shine your eye. And then we remember the movie Lord of the Rings, and then it was like
Okay.
in Lord of the Rings they had the what was it? It was damn it, I don't want to say it wrong, but it's the tower. It's a tower. It had a eye on the top of it that could turn around and see everything and shit or whatever. But it was a relation to evil and the devil and hell and all of this. Um.
Okay.
Anyways, that's just what I was thinking about. Let me
So your
go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna ask you guys. So essentially, your third, because I was telling Chaka that there's this. I can't remember her name, but she's a professor at New York. She was telling people about taking a mushroom regimen, and was saying that it helps you to tap into your third eye. It gives you releases some kind of something in your body that helps you to see through your third eye and help you to become more of a genius. Like I don't know. Go ahead, Chuck. That's
No,
why I was
no.
asking about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of with that, and then I think that a lot of the community, kind of the conscious community, can get lost in this whole third eye thing. Which is, what I'm saying is, it's a good thing. But what I'm saying is, the community can get lost in it, and it happens a lot. So, but you just want to simplify things like the way Pat explained it, and then if you think of it in those terms, then that's what it is. But if you because they be trying to make it into something else. Um,
Okay, I got you.
Well, and I think they try to, because of, their practices, things that they've experienced through, and their way of, I guess explaining those things that they've gone, because I mean, you're talking about shrooms or some form of a chemical that allows different things to react in your body and your brain to be able to have different experiences. That's something that I'm not really, sure. I've never done shrooms. I've never done DMT or, any of those psychedelic type of drugs. Uh,
but
but
that's what they say. That's
yeah,
what they say. There's a lot of there's science data. They've been studying this shit actually.
yeah, yeah,
It's
and
one of the
it's definitely science involved in it. But uh, I guess there's certain things that because I mean I'm a naturalist, and I guess each and every chemical does come from nature. I just I don't know.
but
I've
now
never tried, and not to down talk on anybody who does it, because I mean everybody has choice. I'm never gonna try to take that from anybody,
I
and
think it's a good thing if it's the natural one, like the shrooms. Because you said all the chemicals come from nature. Yes, but technically no. I mean, the synthetic ass fucking chemicals are the ones that's bad for us.
well,
The natural chemicals, I mean, they can be bad for us, the natural chemicals. They can be poison.
well,
But
Well, my only reason for saying that is because there's something, because yet you can call it synthetic, but it's more like there's some that are more at a pure form than others. But I mean, there's nothing that you're gonna find on the planet that didn't come from the planet.
yeah. Yeah, I can't argue with that. But when we synthesize shit and fuck with shit, you know, Doc says Dr. Casey Peleos, the founder of New York's first guided psychedelic therapy center. Um,
Yes, that's her. She was on. I first heard about her through Sway's Universe. She did a whole show with Sway and them one morning.
Now, who is she?
yeah, I'm not familiar either. Dr.
She
Casey
uh she
Peleos.
yeah she was a professor, I think, at some university in New York. and she started this therapy. She has a whole book out. And so she started doing this therapy, and they were meeting like in Central Park and shit like that. And man, it's been about a year and a half, couple of years. That's why I like the story of her is kind of sketchy with me because I don't quite remember her whole story, and I don't even remember her name. But you know, I know when Tucker brought that up just now, I remember because she was talking about starting this therapy program, and it's in New York State. It's in New York. But she was saying that people should do that regimen, and it's all natural. It's supposed to help with all kind of different things within the body, and the third eye deal was like one of the main benefits of it too.
Yeah, no, and like I said, there's some of. I mean, I haven't. I guess maybe I have a level of fear of dealing with things like that. But I do understand that some of these things do remove some of the blockages that we may have
Right.
obtained over time through control that we've allowed ourselves to block off some of the, because I mean I think it would be a natural thing that we would have that you know some of these senses that you may pick up, but like I said, I mean it's just that's a personal thing like that for me. Like I just had.
I'm kind of in the same boat with you, Pat. I've been wanting to try shrooms for a long time, but I just haven't done it because, like, you know what's fucked up? When you know too much about shit, that kind of fucks you up too sometimes.
Yeah,
I know a lot about the. I
I
know,
think I get a little analytical, and
and I know a lot
the
about.
more
Yeah, I
I
went
think
to
about it,
digging. Yeah, I
yeah.
think of overthink it, and so, but I think that like Deuce was talking about Mike Tyson and licking the toad, and I don't think I could go that far, but I think I could try the shrooms under the
Oh,
right
he smoked
circumstances.
that shit.
Oh, he smoked
Yeah,
it.
but see the thing with he
Yeah,
smoked it.
he smokes it, yeah. But it's done with like some,
But
I don't know if to say it's a rabbi or some kind
Yeah,
of
somebody that knows
shaman,
their shit.
a
Yeah,
shaman. Yeah, it's
a
done with
shaman,
a
yeah.
shaman, so it's a supervised thing.
and I
So
think that's how it should be with the shrooms too. Like, the only way I'm
exact.
gonna do it is if I'm with somebody who knows their shit and who's gonna be there with me throughout that whole trip.
Well, there's an
Because,
experience.
I
and
know that she said that you have to do it in an environment that comforts you. So any type of environment that would comfort you, like if, like for me, when my wife and my kids aren't at home, I enjoy, just sitting in the house at the table or, and just playing music. You know what I'm saying? Just playing music or just sitting somewhere real calm, something that calms you down. That's what she recommends everybody to do. Somewhere that's private that you like to get away and that calms you because you want to be in a place of calmness and you want to have somebody that without a doubt in your mind that you can trust because, it is a trip, but she did say that's the best thing to do is to be in a place that naturally by habit that you do that calms you as an individual and go into that place and take the regimen.
and
You
and
know,
I'm
I
gonna
think it's.
tell you my. I'm sorry, but look, my
Oh, you broke up. We lost you. We can't hear you.
yeah, he's rolling. He probably went into a bad little signal area. Mine keep kicking me out like that too. Like, well, it did that last night. Like I could hear everything y'all saying, but everybody was telling me, "Hey, you breaking up? You breaking up?"
Yeah. So, but yeah, the idea of the trip taking you away from your ego and the because I think that's what Pat was alluding to. Maybe he didn't realize, but the separation from us from the rest of the creation. You know what I'm saying? Is the illusion that we're brainwashed into, and those are some of those blockages that's in our brain that can be relieved with this kind of stuff. Done, and when done in the right way. Doc says lysergic acid thilamide. Forgive me, y'all, because I'm learning Spanish right now, so it really fucks up my pronunciations of everything. Better known as LSD or acid, is a hallucinogenic drug made from lysergic acid, a natural chemical found in a fungus that grows on rye called Claviceps purpurea, meaning it's basically penicillin, a natural byproduct we found a use for. All hallucinogens should be done in a calm and familiar environment the first time. That's done. Um, this is a real good subject, but I kind of want to lighten things. Let's lighten things up a little bit. Check this out.
Find over time is that people understand you. Like they'll watch your podcast with Andrew, and they've seen you guys for hundreds of hours.
Yes,
they know you.
Right.
So like when you're talking, if you say something, if you misstep, or if you say something that doesn't turn out to be that funny, they know what you're trying to do. They know you're not a vicious person. You're just trying to be funny.
And you're never going to be perfect. This is the biggest opportunity in my life. I'm going to walk out here being like, I wish I said that one thing different.
Of course. Did you take any shit? Like you have this defense of Apu, which is a fucking hilarious bit.
Thank you so much, man. Thank
it's
you.
so dead on
I
too.
appreciate
It's like, why is that offensive? Well, why is that guy offensive? But does anybody give you a hard time about that?
I'm getting some comments.
Yeah.
And what I want to delineate, I think is the word, like differentiate.
Delineate.
Thank you. I'm not as smart as I should be. But what I want to differentiate is the difference between your hurt feelings and being oppressed. Your hurt feelings are valid. And if kids made fun of me for it, that's valid. That hurt. I can go talk to a therapist, but you're not fucking oppressed. And that's what I thought canceling Apu was. It was, we think we're oppressed and we're not at all with that shit.
Well, there's a lot of things going on, right? Like, first of all, there's a white guy doing the voice.
Yeah.
What's that dude's name?
Henry Azaria, the fucking
Hank
goat
Azaria,
dude.
right? Yeah,
that's my guy, bruh.
He was on, what else was he on?
Oh, he's done accent. He's in everything.
Been a bunch of
TV
shows, right?
He does a hilarious French accent in Along Came Polly that's so over the top and so ridiculous, but it's so funny. He's a guy that just does accents well.
You're allowed to do French people, though.
Yeah.
Because it's like they don't have extra melanin.
They don't have extra melanin, and I see how it's worse, but I also...
What?
This guy, the voice.
Yeah. Dude, that's so fucking funny.
Are you for scuba?
Yeah. Yes, dude. It's so funny. Lubin.
What is that movie in?
Along Came Polly. It's a movie most people hate, but I love. It's one of those romantic comedies. Jennifer Aniston,
It's
Ben
very
Stiller.
funny.
But wasn't he in a sitcom?
He's in.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Probably. He's in everything. I just thought I understand the context with which The Simpsons was created. It was a show that came out in the late 80s. I didn't know any Indian actors, much less voiceover actors, to do that voice. So he did it, and then he brought it to life. And I looked at The Simpsons and I said, this is the most three-dimensional supporting character on that entire show. Everybody else is a static. Chief Wiggum is static. Moe is completely static. Barney's a drunk loser all the time. Apu is like three-dimensional, and he evolves more than every character on that show, including The Simpsons. He gets married, he loses a business, gains a business, has kids, becomes a father. So, like, I love that story. That's a beautiful story. He's the American dream on that show.
Have they completely removed him from the show?
He's gone from the show. And I think it's fucked because, dude, Apu, if it was voiced by a brown person, Apu is so many of our parents. And I mean that in the most respectful way. Like, I used to always hear back in the heyday, people would say The Simpsons represents every level of society. That's why the politician is a sleazebag and the billionaire is a corrupt fuck. And Apu, I really thought, whether they meant to or not, represented the American dream. He came to this country in search of a better life. He worked hard. He was mostly honorable, and he built a fucking life. And that is our parents. And we should all be so proud of our parents. And it sucks that a white guy was doing the voice, but at the time, I don't think they had an option. He's doing 12 voices. They just threw him one extra.
Right.
They didn't have a budget. And then he made it something. So I would say some of the jokes were a little hacky. You can evolve those, but you don't get rid of the guy completely. It was an overcorrection.
Yeah, so I just thought that topic was interesting because, The Simpsons, this is a light subject, but it's like a reflection of society, like he was saying. And then so they took Apu off the show because people were saying that it was racist. But now, like, is there any other that's another black character gone. Family Guy took the black neighbor off the show. What was his name?
Oh, you're talking about fuck. I knew his name till you asked what the fuck his name was. Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about. The one that talk, "Sour man."
Yeah.
Talk like that or some shit like that. I did a bad impression of him, I know.
Yeah.
Sorry, America.
They took him off the show. But it's like, the thing is, it's like reverse racism. You know what I'm saying? It's like they call something racist to end up at a racist outcome. Kind of like what's happening with the books. saying that the books are racist, so they take these books out of the school, which is actually motivated by racism.
I personally think I want my, like I heard Curtis tonight. He's like, I fucking hate racism, and I would kill anybody about racism. And it's like, no, like I get it. It wasn't a great thing. It isn't a great thing, but dude, we need to fucking know what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We need to know about it. We need to learn from it. You know what I'm saying? And talk about it. And that's why I couldn't believe when the late. It was one of the guys that do one of the late shows asked Morgan Freeman, was like, how do we end racism? And Morgan Freeman was like, just stop talking about it. And it's like, no, why? Why would we stop talking about something? You know what I'm saying? People need to know what it is. It's not, people take it and they use it for wrong. Like to get rid of a fucking sitcom that we grew up on, The Simpsons, Family Guy, fucking, all of these different shows. It's like, to me, it's just it's pointless, and I don't understand. I don't, and excuse me if I'm wrong, man, but I don't see the racism in it. You know what I'm saying? I don't see where things. I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm too naive to the fact or whatever, man. But it's just, I want my kids to know about this shit. I want my kids to learn the bullshit that they teach our kids in school, and then I want to be able to teach them the right thing, and then they decipher from it. So they know the bullshit that they need to know to get ahead, because that's what all of the fucking educational institutions use or go by, but they know their true history. They know the true facts. You know what I'm saying? Like, to strip these kids of everything, like these kids, I think a lot of the kids nowadays are more woke. You know what I'm saying? They're not the same old kids back in the day that listen to everything that their parents said, and they don't walk in that thou shalt not do this or do, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a different day and time, bro.
Well, I mean, when it comes to the racist parents and their kids not seeing the world the same way that they did, that puts the parents in fear, because they want the world to continue the way it has been, and they want to control what they can. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, especially when it comes to us, because I can't say that racism does not exist, because I mean I know that it does in certain ways, but in most cases it exists more so in your mind, because it's like how you allow yourself to see certain things. Now if you're on your job and certain things somebody might do, it still may not totally be racism. I mean, shoot, they might not like you as an individual, but I think that allowing certain TV shows, things that you can change the channel on, or you can create something that's similar to it where it's in your favor, is not an option. You know, I think we got to get past this crybaby stuff where we're trying to point the finger at what other people are doing, because you're like, you can let people have their thing and create your own. You don't have to watch their stuff, and you're wasting energy by trying to complain about what somebody else is doing, when you can do something that where you can promote it and it can become bigger than that, and maybe people stop watching it because you have something available that they can watch in place of that. So I don't know. Like I said, I know this can anger a lot of people that look like me. But I mean, honestly, I don't really care, bro. Like, I think we waste too much energy on shit that doesn't benefit us, and to
Yeah.
talk about you know characters, especially cartoon characters, and maybe you don't have the right view to really be able to see what the the artistic view in which they're presenting. Because I mean, I don't know, bro. Like
And like I said, the
it's
results don't be what they intend, or maybe it is what they intend because it's not the people that you think it is that's complaining about it. Doc says Cleveland got his own show. So Cleveland was the name that we was trying to think of. And he says Lando Lake's Butter took the Indian off the logo but kept the land. OMG, Doc.
Yeah, yeah, he
really
said that
which
shit.
one is
He
what?
said that shit the other day.
Lando
Yeah,
Lake's Butter took the Indian off the logo but kept the land. Damn, that's so cold.
exactly, exactly.
Okay, we'll take the Indian off of there. Cool.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
I mean
but
that I mean honestly, I mean it's certain things that we forget altogether. The image ends up being more than the action. You know what
Yeah. But I want to go back to your
it's
comment,
something
Deuce.
bigger. You know what I'm saying? There's something that's bigger that's in play that you don't even see, but because that image, that's ends up being the bigger thing to you than, like you said, like the land. Like, bro, I don't know, man. Like it's
Well, earlier Deuce said he was talking about the Morgan Freeman comment, but the Morgan Freeman comment was taken out of context. He was
of
talking about
course,
Black History Month not
yeah.
needing to be a thing because you know you ask
I
a
say,
white
bro,
person, do they have White History Month? They're gonna be like, no, that's ridiculous. That's just as
it's a trinket.
ridiculous as Black History Month,
It's
like
a
all the way
trinket,
ridiculous.
bro. It's a trinket. History is fucking history. I don't give a
History is
damn.
history.
Yeah, I mean, when but that's like little things that people pick on because they don't see the bigger picture. Because I mean, when you start trying to make it where, like especially in this day and age where like our history is only, a negative side of us, but if we promote real history, maybe make our own history books and we teach our kids, because if they don't teach it in schools, we can teach it anyway. They can learn about those things anyway. Like we give away our rights, our powers to other people. Oh, they won't do this, they won't do that. But why aren't we taking more responsibility for what our kids know and understand? I mean, it's gonna be, it may still be a good bit of people that's ignorant and don't really know and see all those other things, but it's really ultimately up to us what our kids learn.
Yeah. And yeah, but see, that's what the thing is. Racism is taught, and you can't control what your neighbor's teaching their child. But that's the reason why we're supposed to be a community, and the community raised the child. And we've gotten away from that back to that individualism shit. Don't say nothing to my child.
Well, I mean, and that's gonna exist, I think, for a long time. I mean, I think, there can be a time where it goes back to where, racism or, cultural. I mean, I really don't know what to call it, because I mean, we followed the construct of this whole race thing that we say we don't believe should exist, but we feed into it just as much as the rest of it. I mean, black people are just as much white supremacists, if that's a real thing. We play into that system just as much, if not more, than who we call,
And
you
I
know,
say that all the time. I say that all the time. And just because you black don't mean you're not a white supremacist.
no, there's many of them. I mean, we can look at our government and see that that is how, that whole system is uplifted by everybody that's within it, and there's a supporting cast that puts themselves on the outside of it but still support it.
yeah.
It's just I don't know. A lot of things really, like I said, common sense is not common, but the more you support, you put into that type of thought, you are supporting that system. Like you allowing that to exist within your mind, giving it energy. You're just as much of the problem as they are.
And that's what I be saying. Look at this. It says, "I want my student loan canceled. Best I can do is a free crack pipe."
Man, that's fucked up.
Well, damn, they're gonna give them some crack too.
Cause that's a joke. Because of the news about Biden and free crack pipes. Have y'all heard about that?
No, where did that come from?
I didn't read the story because I don't read stories like that because I already like I see. And then the thing is, what people don't understand is like in Canada, they have places you can go to go do heroin, other heavy drugs, and this has an impact of lowering people's consumption of these drugs and making it safer for the ones who are using them. So
Yeah.
it's really, and they're laughing at it, but it's really the right way to go about this because we like
Yeah.
to treat uh, people who have dependency issues as criminals. It's just like we do the same thing with people with mental issues. We treat them like criminals because our system is not set up to deal with them, you know, as they are. Because these people have, you know, all of the like if they have a place to go, because they give them heroin too, they give them the crack or whatever it is. If they have a place to go that's going to give them these drugs for free and have clean needles and clean everything and a safe environment to do it where they're not going to go to jail and all of this stuff, then they're not breaking into your house and stealing shit and smoking crack in the corner in front of your kids.
Yeah, and I think I'm a perspective type of person. Like trying to look at it from different points of view, and I think especially the way that our system is set up, like they provide ways for you to get addicted, but then criminalize you if once you are, because whether it goes to like crack didn't exist like in our country to like maybe there were certain scientists that knew how to do make crack, but and because cocaine has been around for thousands of years. That was proven with the mummies they found in Egypt, and of course we were transporting it from at least say South America to Egypt for it to exist in mummies in Egypt. But either way, these are things that's been around for so long, and like the production got so high right here in America. You know what I'm saying? They allowed the opportunity for people to get a hold to it. Then when they do, now they set up a system that locks them up, or makes them the bad guy when they created the whole thing. So it's like
That's what
I
I'm
would say
saying.
that Canada has to be, this is an innovative thing that people just maybe they won't get it, but I can almost guarantee that there will be a better outcome
Yeah, so
from
that's the
what.
direction that Biden is heading with this stuff. So, but all the news is like, oh, Biden is crazy. He want to give crackheads crack pipes. They don't even want to think about it. Let me read the comments. Doc says, I hope some of the things I write upset some people. Burn my book right after you buy it. Give me free publicity. Elliot said, how long y'all been on tonight? 3 hours and 37 minutes. Crime rate is lower as well when drugs are legal, Elliot says also.
I believe that too. Um, of course, we gotta, there's still two sides to that coin because, you know, it's not gonna help everybody. There's some people whose dependence may go up based on that system, but if there is a safe place for these people, regardless of their addiction, I think that it provides a different dialogue. Well, the conversation is gonna still be there, like it's gonna still exist, but maybe they're able to form some crack that's not as strong where they are actually weaning it off. Like it gives, it gives a different perspective to it all, just because there is a safe place for these people who do have these addictions or dependencies, as you probably the best way to say it. But
Yeah, chemical dependencies, because that's what it is. And then we're talking about the blockages in our mind, and then related to brainwashing. And then we was talking about the psychedelics, possibly cleaning that out. And they love to keep people away from this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I mean, on the perspective of doing the same things and expecting different results, I think it's worth a try. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's being tried other places or whatever, like, why not give it a shot here? I mean, we're all humans and we are subject to the same types of things. So, I mean, I think it's worthwhile at least giving it a shot to see if it does make a difference.
Because what my point is, like, it's like the egg and the chicken and the egg, like we were talking about before, because the sick ass society creates these sick ass people. So, and we were saying that most of the people have either chemical dependencies or mental issues, and then these two can be one and the same. Because you having this chemical issue in your brain, that's the reason why you're either crazy or trying to stabilize this imbalance by using other chemicals, i.e., drugs.
Yeah. Well,
which might not necessarily be a bad idea. It's just that you're not using the right drugs and in the right way, or whatever, under the right supervision. Because, like Deuce is saying, so if the people was on the mushroom regimen, then maybe we would have a lot less, people with anxiety, people manic depressive, people schizophrenic, people who have chemical dependencies, who need heroin and crack and whatever the hell.
yeah. I meant when we was on that earlier. I think I got kicked off because I was talking about my fears of it, and like the first story I heard about it is what kept me away. The mushrooms. My brother was on a high school, like their graduating class was having a party, and one guy got a hold to some I think it was mushrooms or something. He had a bad trip, and he was seeing people on fire, and he started beating people up, thinking he was, like he was trying to put the fire
Save
out.
them, yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's one of those things where I would never want to see myself, and like,
And I seen niggas on the
I
lean,
feel you.
the sherm,
I feel you.
get, and do seen them niggas on the sherm get butt naked, running down the street and shit like that. That's that sherm, and that shit is like that too. I don't really know what all is in it. It's like embalming fluid and shit. Whatever the fuck, I'm not interested in that shit. But that shit had niggas tripping like that too.
Yeah.
Let me read Doc's comment. He says, which crimes, thefts and robberies are up, murders and violent crimes go down? That thefts and robberies are up because they just robbed everybody during the damn pandemic.
Well, I mean,
murders
not
and
every.
violent crimes have been going down steadily over time.
Yeah. Well, I just want to mention, I'm not sure how relative it is to the conversation, but however, a lot of the crime is going because they're talking about the mass, people quitting their jobs in masses, and of course, some of it might be based on the mandates or this, that, and the other, but some people actually just like the jobs that they
Reevaluating
had just
their
ended.
life, because they also reevaluating their life, because when they put us all in quarantine, they gave us time to think about it, and a lot of people was just like, you know what, I don't want to go back to work. I hate that job.
Yeah.
I want to do something else.
Yeah, I mean, especially like mothers, like people, they realize like, damn, like I've really been missing all of this. Like my kids
Yes.
growing, I can actually, have a hand in,
Yes.
how what my, saying all this new math, all this
and
new
then
math bullshit. I can actually teach them, the something that doesn't frustrate them,
And
because
and then they let a lot of people work from home when they told them that these same jobs couldn't be worked from homes. So all those people got to work from home, and then they was like, you know what? They could have been doing this the whole fucking time.
they and that's a lot of it really should have been, because like most of it has been individualized. So I mean, and then they're able to, when they do need to come together for a meeting, guess what?
Yeah, once a
There's
week,
freaking
a couple times a
Zoom.
month, but they could do their work, and then they could send emails. Most of these professional jobs, they only communicate with each other through emails, and their job is specialized. So they might have a team helping them, but they're not helping them physically. It's virtually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Elliot says drugs are tools as long as you're not harming anyone. Lying or stealing is between you and God. I agree with that. Shrooms are amazing and should be used privately in a controlled environment. That's what we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
Doc says when drugs are made legal, stealing up, killing down. Stealing up. I don't know if stealing up, bro. I really
Filling
don't
up is
think so.
the high. Like when you get
Oh,
high, yeah, feelings up, like your morale.
oh,
I mean, however you want to look at it. That's
oh. Okay.
that's at a base. He's saying at a very base level. But when you feel good, you don't do as much like dumb shit. Like you're more prone to not harm other people.
Yeah, man. And if the drugs, the drugs, if the crackhead didn't have to break into your house and steal your TV to go get his crack, then guess what? The crackhead's not gonna break in your house and steal your TV to go get his crack. It's
Yeah,
real simple.
it really is.
you know, because I think it's like this. You know how like a kid, you tell a child that they can't do something, now that's all they want. Or if you're like allergic to something, like that's the only thing you want. Like you can't have chocolate, but you just want it. You know what I'm saying? You tell a
Hmm.
child they can't do something, now they want to do it. So it's kind of like that. It's a reverse psychology. So look, same. I believe you could talk about that with the drugs. It's cool to do the drugs. It's cool because it's wrong. It's against the law. It's taboo. The kids and the fads and the rappers and the rock and roll singers or whatever. But if all those drugs were legal, no, that would no longer be cool, right?
Well,
It would
well,
take the
look.
cool right out of it.
Well, bro, look, I'm gonna tell you, if they used more psychology, because I'm sure more people would have taken the jab if it wasn't like being forced on them, or
Yeah.
like it was, they're using a form of psychology, but I don't think. 'Cause I mean, I'm not for it. I'm just be clear about it. But I mean, if you really think about it, when you try to force something or deny something strongly, you end up getting you're gonna yeah, you're gonna get some that's just gonna fall in order, but you're gonna have some that's gonna totally rebel. And you know if you're certain things that you're just giving freely, at some point some people gonna be like, well damn, like I wonder why they trying to give me this, like what's, what I'm saying, like it's a spark that's gonna happen, and certain people that's gonna be like, well damn, if they want to give it to me, then something ain't right with this. I don't know, I'm
Cause
gonna
that's
have
the
to.
same. I ain't gonna lie. That's what I was thinking. And I be saying this before. I don't accept nothing that's free. When people try to give me something that's free, I don't want it. I always say that. I don't want free shit because I know that there's a price tag to everything. And that price is just it's unseen. It might be your life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They telling you it's free, but you're gonna die as a result. Like you die because of it. Like that's what you pay for getting it. Like that's what I mean. So what I mean is, whenever somebody comes in like something, I live in America. In America, capitalist society. No, ain't nothing free here. They start giving me something for free, I immediately be like, no, I'm not interested. Why
Well,
why
and
why why
but
you want to give me some free shit?
well, I also feel like that might be some of the fears that people have about socialism, is that okay, look, so people are used to this construct of capitalism, and you gotta work for what you get, and it's like, wait a minute, free healthcare. All right, what these doctors gonna try to do to me? You know what I'm saying? Like
because of our brainwashing related to the capitalist society.
I
Right.
get it, but that's what I'm explaining. Because of what we know about the world that we've been living in, somebody starts to try to give us something, you know, for free, or just that we, especially with the mind, that whole dynamic is what makes people more afraid of what socialism could give. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. So I don't know if you was in the video earlier, and I was talking about Pfizer. Well, we talked about it in the other show, but the socialism would be like that. The people publicly funded this the technology to create this, synthesize this vaccine, but then a private company owns it and holds the patent, and that's ridiculous. So I was watching a video talking about, okay, so the Western worlds, they have this imperialist way of viewing things, this capitalist neoliberal thing that they got going on. But then you got Russia, who is also a bit capitalist, but they're also a bit communist. And it's the same thing with China. Like, people try to see China as a communist country, but I mean, politically they are technically or whatever, even though China feels like they're more democratic than us, and I agree with them. But the system that's set up over there, they're very capitalist too. So it's a bit of a mix. You get what I'm saying? So like the strength of the nationality, the strength of the nation is based on their resources. The way the Western world works, they want to go around and have a private company to extract the resources from around the world and hoard them for themselves, control them, and make profit off of them. One of the reasons why we have a Cold War with Russia is because Russia don't be on that shit. The American companies can't go over there and privatize their shit. Now you could call it a monopoly over there, because like I be saying about Putin, he's an oil baron basically. You know what I'm saying? So, but the community, the government owns this stuff. So, and that's how they're able to pay money to their citizens every month. It's the dividends from this property that they own. So it's just like if you owning stocks. If the government just owns stocks and in your name and paid you your dividends, that's not free money.
And that's the way it really should be, is because each person is a stockholder in the government. Like, really, like, if you really want to say we the people, each one of us should be a stockholder within the country, and instead of us paying extra taxes out of our wages, because I mean, you got to be somewhat technical about these terms, because income is one thing, wages is another. So out of wages, we supposed to pay a tax to something where, like, we're steadily investing in a country that we don't really get any dividends off of. You know what I'm saying? And when you look at it from that perspective, because I mean, socialism is supposed to provide that, because if you look at how Gaddafi did it, I mean, they didn't pay for electric, they didn't pay for medical, they didn't pay, like running water and all these different things. Is because the government has already, sees the people as a stockholder. If we should say, here in America, you being a stockholder, every quarter or every so often they reap the benefits from, through a dividend. So how is that different? But the other thought I had when you were talking about China, you really have to, really think about, they have the highest population ever.
It's a lot of
How is
people over there.
how does that happen if it's not, if they don't have something that's, because a lot of them get up and leave. There's a bunch of them that get up and leave and go somewhere else. I mean, there's some.
The economy they got the largest economy. That's what they were saying too. It's bigger than the whole European Union put together.
Yeah. So I mean, you got to think. I mean, at some point now, am I I haven't experienced it. I can't say what it really is because at some point there were some people like they making nets because I'm sure some of these jobs has to be over stressful to the point where they're putting nets outside of the windows at some of these sweatshops or whatever where they were trying to jump to their death. So it can't be totally in every aspect a happy situation.
Yeah,
But
no system is perfect.
yeah,
And
but
but we have to make comparisons to that's how we make that's how we improve.
yeah,
Comparison and contrast. Yeah.
yeah.
Let me read Doc's comments. He says California, Washington, Colorado, the crime reports show that theft goes up and violence goes down. That's what he was saying. That's what I thought he was saying. He says, mind you, I am 100% for the legalization of marijuana. He says, but what about the other drugs, Doc? And then he says the patent should be public domain like the new company in Texas has done with their vaccine. I think they should legalize all of those drugs.
All of what drugs?
All cocaine, heroin, you name it.
Well, I mean, why not?
Like,
I mean, because I mean, if it's the black market is going to provide things that to the people one way or another, and if there is some, because I mean, somewhat you got to be careful about, because anything that the government has been, based on history, what the government has their hands on, there's still some exploitation there, and but either way, like making somebody a criminal for drug use, um, I think has to be evaluated. The whole idea of maybe having too much or whatever because it presents a certain danger needs to be evaluated. But
it's the same thing with Tylenol, alcohol, cigarettes, food.
well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, should the food be regulated? Fat people can't have more than this or that. I mean, what I'm saying? It gets murky. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Now y'all getting a little bit beside yourself, motherfuckers. Don't start talking about regulating food and alcohol.
I'm just saying. I mean, food is all. But I'm just saying, like, I mean,
It
there's
still
certain
goes with
things
the
that,
conversation that we're saying. It fits. It
yeah,
fits because
because
food
I
could
mean,
be a
because
drug.
they say food and drug, like it's the Food and Drug Administration. Those things go together, and
Yeah.
they have been for a long time. But um, within this system, shall I say? But because I mean,
Yeah.
beforehand, it wasn't all this. I mean, shit, there was really no need for prisons until we came into this construct because
Yep.
it was
Not, and America has more people in prison than they have in other countries in the world. I mean, the whole country. Like we have the most of the population of the planet locked up. It's a huge fucking number. So
yes,
damn it,
and a
I was
lot
gonna
of it,
say
and a lot of it is based on I mean, there's way more drug users than there are drug dealers, and as far as trying to criminalize people who have a chemical dependency or they use a certain drug, they end up and all of them may not really have a true dependency. Maybe I mean they might be a drug user just like a marijuana
yeah, just
smoker, or
depressed.
they're self-medicating, and they happen to get caught in a sting or something. I mean, does that really make them a criminal?
Are they criminals? Come on. Yeah, so that's why I say legalizing all of that shit would fix a whole bunch of problems, man. Um, the cartels, the illegal movement of it, and like I say, the main thing is it won't be cool no more. It won't be cool. The moment you
Yeah,
make it
because
legal,
a lot of it is defiance of of the government.
yeah. So the moment you make it legal, a lot of people ain't gonna want to do it no more. They're gonna be like, I could buy that at the corner store. Huh? I'll do something else. Um,
I
The
mean, one of
public
the
should
main
be.
reasons why they made marijuana illegal was because of the power that you know our ancestors got from it. Like they
Yep.
had to find a way to weaken our strengths, and marijuana was one of those things that was highly, like that was it was reverenced like
It was
highly.
it was racial the way they set up the drug laws, without a doubt, and they also used the money to fund the CIA. There's papers on this. Y'all can look that up. Elliot says the black market is why drugs are not legal. I agree with you. I completely agree with you. Why? Because they're making way. It's the drugs are not legal because they're making way too much money off of it being illegal.
Yeah,
Um,
it's triangulated because I mean, you're
th-
able to put people in prison, you're able to make
yeah,
tax-free dollars and you do whatever,
you get
and
to put more in the military budget. Um, the military budget too, because you got the military handling borders. And then they're making money on the front end too, because you know how like poor people are usually the ones who make these drugs. And I was watching a video how like that heroin or the pot that tar shit, it's like a low amount when it's over there in Colombia or whatever. Like let's say a kilo of it is, I'm just gonna throw some random numbers because I don't know the numbers. So let's say a kilo of it over there is like $50, and as soon as it crosses the border, well, every time it crosses a border, it goes up. By the time it gets to the United States, that same kilo is like 500,000. I'm just throwing numbers out there,
hello.
guys. Yeah, I don't take the numbers literally. What I'm saying is it's really cheap. Like the person goes over there, buys it from this poor person really cheap, and then they sell it for a whole lot over here.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you
Yeah.
one thing that a lot of times we look over is the fact that like I said, by them being able, because they're creating criminals. Therefore, they are able to keep the slave class alive because legally you can enslave people that are criminals or that's in prisons. So that's a whole nother element that they're using in corporate America, where they're able to produce other products once they've locked these people up. So I mean, that like there's a full 360 approach where if everything's legal, it makes it harder for them to be able to uphold the system that they've been doing, and that's I think that's one of the biggest reasons why. Like I mean, r- them making these things illegal, just like they are now. They're fine. They're starting to make marijuana legal in different places slowly, but um, making people, whether even at the smallest, where it's a misdemeanor crime, that that's them taxing you on these different drugs, marijuana, which should have never been you know
Yes,
illegal.
it's like grass and legally. I mean, like it just you could throw some marijuana seeds in the backyard and they'll probably grow.
Yeah,
It's
but
literally like it grow like a weed
I
around
mean,
here.
but they're
And
they're
this
still but they're doing it now to where it's like almost as dangerous as they made tobacco. Tobacco wasn't like a harmful thing, 200 years ago. I
and that's what I
mean,
be saying because I remember somebody they smoked Pall Malls without the filter, and they smoked like a pack, 2 packs a day, and lived till they was like 99 or some shit.
yeah, or even chewing tobacco, like they wasn't getting mouth cancer and all these, different things. Like, shoot, man, they lived their whole life doing that, like whether it's chewing tobacco, but it's those chemicals they started adding to it that really made it harmful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They fuck up everything, man, because they want to make it cheaper and cheaper. So the
But that's a
old the old tobacco was just tobacco. That's it.
yeah. Yeah, and but that's the part where I'm saying you got it gets murky because I mean the more government control, the more that we they are actually you know being able to do things with it before we get it.
Yeah,
So
but again, we can't designate a separation between the corporations and the government because the government softened up the regulations and changed up all that shit so that the tobacco companies could do that shit. Same thing with the FDA and these damn food that they won't sell nowhere else in the world, but they can sell over here in America.
well,
Nobody else will eat that shit.
my only thing is because I mean once the government gets involved at that level of drugs because I mean they're involved no matter what how we look at it when it's on the black trade black market or if they able to get to the point to where they're regulating and you can buy it in a store. I'd rather go deal with you know Joe Blow on the street than to deal with something that's been prepackaged and you don't know what has happened to it. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but that's why I say everything in the future is going to be local. It has to be because we don't, Amazon. That's the detachment from each other is how they control us. That's also how they make people into slaves. And we go back to that convenience. But like I say, everything has to be local in the future for it to work. Things go in the right direction, now things could totally go in a different direction. But for things to work, things will have to be local again. So, like again, the weed guy, whoever you buy your weed from, you know him, and you know where he grow, like or whatever. Like you have a connection with this guy, like you're one of his clients, like he's your doctor. You go see him regularly.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
pharmacist. I'm my own doctor, but
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
y'all get my point. But the same thing with your shoes or your car parts or literally whatever you need. It needs to be from someone in your regional community
yeah, I
that you have a
roll with that.
personal relationship with.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm gonna trust the person that I'm getting it from, and I'm gonna trust the person I'm getting it from is getting it from someone that they trust. That I mean, of course, that gets kind of crazy as it goes down the line, but still in all, you're dealing, you have connections that directly rather than you going into a store that I don't know. Like I said, I mean, I believe in black market. I believe in bartering. I believe in the old school ways of doing stuff that it takes out all of the middlemen, so to speak. Uh, that you know, I don't, like I don't trust the government more than further than I can throw them. They're gonna do some shit that because they always trying to find a way to control shit.
Look at this picture,
Yeah.
y'all. It's a horse drinking out of a bucket, and a little kid, maybe 3, 4 years old, drinking out of the same bucket at the same time with the horse. And it says, "Why country kids have good immune systems."
Real for real though. I mean, I
This is
never said.
real. This is
Yeah,
like what happens with corona, with our viruses spreading and having to do with how we are, you know, I don't know what's the best way to say it. Like, we're avoiding nature basically, but it's dirt. You know what I'm saying? It's
yeah.
it's it's and that's what builds our immune system. When we avoid all of these all the time, then our body haven't built up these defenses. So when we do get introduced to it, it take us down or out.
Well, and see, that's the part of science that they're ignoring, that they are forcing the people to ignore because they want us to live by new scientific principles, and one of the ways that we used to get immunized or have protections against these viruses was to you know bring us into contact with it to allow our bodies to figure it out like oh yeah this thing caused us a problem last time, kill it now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But our
You know,
bodies automatically do these things. So, you know, that's one of the things like they're trying to reteach a new type of science to people, which is not really beneficial to us as a whole.
well, they have some good stuff because, like I was saying, and it's gonna be nasty, but I mentioned it before. But fecal transplant, like moving people's bile from one host to another, and these it's the stuff that's in there creates the good bacteria that you need to fight against a lot of your problems are in your gut.
Well,
And so they have figured out that they can take bile from one human and put it in another, and that'll cause that other human to build these uh, immunities, if you will, for a lot of conditions, and even help conditions that, like when you're sick, it's like a make you well.
I
It's really deep. Wait, let me say this. Y'all
go
know
ahead.
I took diseases of antiquity in school recently. It was one of my classes, and you know, our ancestors, we didn't get sick from a lot of these diseases that we have today. Mostly our problems were with parasites, parasite type, but diseases caused by parasites. And
Yeah.
also another thing is we was out there walking around and we breathed in a lot of poop. What people don't understand is like human poop kind of turns into dust and it floats through the air and we breathe it in. Well, back then we breathed in a lot, and it really built up a lot of our protections. And I think that's just like what they're trying to do now with the fecal transplants.
Well, I hear that. Um, I would have to immediately say that I oppose that because you know maybe at some I look, you know, science is science. I believe in it, but at the same time, you know, the fecal matter is waste. It's become something like, you know, it's one of those things that your body gets rid of so you don't get sick. So for me to think that you can take it from one host and put it to another, that now that fecal somehow is going to be beneficial to someone else because you know your body didn't want it. Now you know, let me give it to another body. Uh, I can't. I don't know. My mind can't wrap
I'm
that.
probably not explaining it right. I don't understand it very well. I'm still new to this. This is actually a new science. So, but y'all can look it up. But it has to do with the bacterias. We have good and bad bacterias, you know, all over our body, you know, all through our
But
body.
But
And
who's to say? But the problem I have is to who's to say that one bile or one uh you know set of fecal matter is gonna provide the things to
they
another.
they've done tests. It has to do with the health of their colon, you know, the health of your small and large intestine and the bacteriums that's in there. And they know what they do. Some people have certain bacterias in there and others don't. It's science.
Well, and I get it. I mean, it is science, but you know, I would say it's still a theorized science that you know, yeah, they're testing it, they're trying it, but I'm sure that there's a better and more efficient way to do it than.
This is what's happening. This is what I'm telling you. This is becoming the most best. Like this is cutting edge shit. Like it's better than everything else. That's what they're realizing. It works better than everything else. Everything.
I
Surgeries,
mean,
drugs, pharmaceuticals, everything. This is better. That's why it's nasty as fuck. That's the reason why it's taking a long time to catch on. But
well,
that's what they're learning.
well, you go ahead, bro. Go and get your poop transplant, and you know, hey, you know what,
Look it up,
I, I mean, I'll look it up, but I mean,
please.
I don't think that that's gonna, I don't think that it's gonna sell me on it. Like I
But
believe that there's other practices that you know, that we already have. Like, I mean, you know, honestly, like, I mean, discovering some of the technologies that may have been done in the past. I mean, can we even say that there's certain things that we know works.
Hey, Pat, you have to look at it like this.
Uh-oh.
One man's shit is another man's treasure.
But look, Pat, I think you missing it. You pulling a Curtis, Pat, because I think that you using like your immediate revulsion from the topic to keep from thinking about it. And like we said, the poop is floating through the air with our ancestors. So when you breathe it in, it's going. You're swallowing it. It's going into your gut.
Well,
It's
look,
going into your intestines.
I believe in the cycle of life, and like there's poop that like in some form of our world, yes, it's gonna regenerate certain things, but I personally believe our bodies are too sensitive, or on a mass scale, being able to do this kind of thing, like they're gonna treat it with stuff that we could probably just treat ourselves with anyway. I mean, if fertilizing, soil and this, that, and the other with, with this type of waste, because that's a part of the cycle that it should go in, I can go with that. But as far as me taking somebody else's filth and put it directly in my body, I am not with that.
Because you're seeing it as filth. Maybe it's not. It's bacterium. Look at it like that.
I
And you just
understand.
said it's good enough.
Thing that I create, the same thing that I create, another human is creating. I don't see how that exchange will really benefit us.
But it's good. It's good enough for your plants, though. You will feed it to your plants, though.
Yeah, because I'll eat the plant because it has filtered it out to an extent, because it's not even really. I mean, it's the soil. The soil is able, like I said, the cycle of life is something that I have believed in since I learned it in elementary school. But that me skipping that process, I'm uncomfortable with.
The cycle of life is also happening within us, the macro and the micro. The universe is us and we are the universe.
Yes.
So the cycle of life is happening within our body also.
Hey, look, there's things that make sense to people, and I tell them to go with it. I mean, do you? I can't stop nobody from doing what they believe in. But for me, I'm not about to eat nobody's shit.
You don't have to eat it. The doctors are gonna do a procedure. You'll be asleep. It's a surgery.
Yeah, and I'm gonna feel filthy the rest of my life because I did that.
They're gonna give it to you in a pill form, bro.
I won't be able to. I'm gonna start doing drugs because of how I'm gonna feel after that process is done.
Yeah. So, Deuce, you heard of this before? What I'm talking about?
No, I've never heard.
Deuce is just not. Deuce is just being funny.
He playing devil's advocate.
Hey, they're gonna give it to you in an organic pill. It's gonna be the new and improved vitamin on the market for man's vitality and health.
Hey,
I mean, but at some point they're gonna try to tell us that, hey, you know what? Instead of burying your parents or your neighbor, hey, let's just chop them up and eat them. That's gonna give us a better bacterium in our body. Like, I mean, bro, we gotta be careful about how we saying or doing these things. I don't. It's okay.
I can
to be
understand
accountable.
you taking. I can understand them taking your poop and making your own little composting garden or something like that. But man, I don't know, bro.
Yeah,
like I don't
everybody
even.
listening, look it up.
Like I somewhat, because I can't say that it's real or not real. I've never done it myself, but peeing over your hand when you have a wart or something, maybe because I mean that's a waste, but I don't like, bro. That's something that I would have to see is like. I mean, just like the jab, bro. Like, I need to see enough people live through it before I'm gonna say, all right, fuck it, let me do it. If I, ever really, like I don't know if I'll ever get to that point, but that's kind of how I see a lot of things. I look, prove to me that this is the best thing ever. Should I, maybe I'll make a poop salad or some kind of poop soup or something. I don't know. Like if it's really that beneficial.
Yeah, it's just the thought of it for me. Yeah, it would have to be some type of process or procedure and way they go about giving it in order for me to say that I'm gonna, yeah. Because just to say, okay, well, we're gonna give you, this is actual poop, but we've taken it and filtered it and cleaned it and extracted all of the good bacteria. And we're gonna give it to you in a capsule. You're gonna have a twice a day regimen of this shit for gut health because your gut is not producing good bacteria. It's just me. I'm swallowing shit. Really?
Yep.
Yep.
And the science sounds
What
good.
happened to pre and probiotics? What happened to pre and
This is
probiotics?
this is a
Maybe
probiotic.
eating more. But okay. I mean, the probiotics are the ones that exist now don't work. Because there's some sources that say that they're not really any good. Like just your diet is eating good
And at
foods.
the end of the day, that's what it is. That's what we're talking about. Really, we're talking about diet. So of course, it could be something that you can consume or not consume or consume less of or more of that would help with this good or bad bacteria that you have in your gut. But this is a technology that is going to be more synthetic, so you're going to do it faster.
Well, I think that more organic foods, things that actually have minerals and vitamins in it, like I said, the first way to do that is to make sure your soil has those
Plenty of
vitamins
poop.
and minerals. Well, that may be the case, and I'm cool with that. But you're skipping the cycle instead of doing it through the original, cycle that our universe gave us. You want to skip the process and instead of making good food. Like, that's really what I'm hearing is that, hey, you know what? We gonna still keep giving you depleted foods, something that'll fill your stomach, and somebody's gonna have out of this whole system a better poop that's gonna make you a better person. I don't that does not register.
Yeah. Well, of course they're feeding us trash and they're trying to make us sick. Our health system is trash. But we're talking about science here.
I know, and you were skipping the science of the natural order, natural cycles, where just put the poop back into the ground. Whatever minerals are there, the plants will filter out and give you the things that you need without the possible. Because as far as I know, eating poop is gonna just make you sick.
Yeah, it
So
is, but that's not what we're talking about here. So,
so
we're just going in
instead of
circles in this.
instead of fertilizing the soil to get good food, don't worry about going back to that process. Let's just give you directly the fertilizer directly into your body.
And I ain't gonna lie, I just saw a story recently where they said there's a shortage of fucking manure. There's a manure shortage. So much though that they are asking for human poop. I'm not kidding. I just saw that.
How much
I
they
just saw it.
offering?
I
I'll
just
sell
saw
them some
that.
shit. I'll sell them some shit.
You damn right. Y'all can have a pipeline hooked to my damn apartment, man. Shit.
Shit, when we
Yeah.
used when we was going to the outhouse or going to the lean up against the tree to get rid of you know our waste. Shoot, we still had good food with minerals and stuff in it. But I don't know, bro. I think we really need to look at that, bro, because it sounds like an easy solution, but that's what they've been doing to us forever. Is you know rebranding or giving a, this is a new thing. I'm a patent this thing and selling us some shit, and we gonna take it literally.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I don't. You know me. I'm skeptical as hell of everything, and that's why I'm always studying shit. But the science of this sounds good. Y'all gonna hear about it. It's gonna come out.
Yep, and I'm gonna turn my nose up at it, and I'm gonna say, "Fuck y'all." Y'all look, y'all go right on ahead. I'm gonna be a scientist, and I'm gonna evaluate every one of y'all and see, when y'all start turning purple and shit, I'm like, okay, see, I told y'all asses.
Earlier, were you here when I was talking about like totalitarian state and like ratting out on your neighbors and all this?
No, Pat wasn't in just yet. It was just me and
Wait a minute,
Curtis.
you talking? Wait a minute, what you talking about? Like the abortion stuff?
Yes, it was the abortion one, and then there's the one in Arizona. It's about the books.
What's going? What you talking about? Like, cancel, or like, not producing certain books.
Um, ratting out the teachers if they teach out of certain books and can sue them. So just like the abortion thing, it's deputizing the citizens to basically rat on their neighbors. And it's a classic totalitarian, tactic to deputize the citizens, just like they did the Nazis in Germany, or just as regular citizens in Germany during the time of Nazi Germany.
See, well, and I'm gonna tell you, for my Aboriginal family, that's one of the reasons why you need to get with a government that is in your favor and nationalize, because this is the type of stuff you're going to deal with the further and further we get, because that's their system. That's what they're moving to. So y'all need to get with a system that's based on your principles and your much closer to your way of life, or your beliefs, because I mean all this stuff is gonna flip. So you can stay attached to that system if you like, but
And it's in that movie we talked about yesterday, The Children of Men. They were in like the government. It was only one functioning government at the time, and it was completely totalitarian. Like so, like you get killed for talking against the government. Your neighbors turn you in, they kill you. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the future. There was this movie, Children of Men, was supposed to be set in the future.
yeah. Well, I mean, but I mean, of course, I know this is an older movie, but the year in which they're talking about is not far away from here. I mean, we're looking at 5 years from when they're saying that time period exists. So I mean, us moving toward another decade, going into the 2030, because that was 2027 in that movie.
And then we talk about Revelations, and Sophia was talking about. They mentioned the flood, Noah, and he was like, "Do you think that the world's gonna purify the world?" She was like, "It's supposed to be fire this time."
Yeah, that's one of those things that personally, I don't know if we can say. I mean, yeah, it is very very possible. It could be with fire, because the sun is moving closer and closer to Earth. So I mean, yes, we could see that flares, coming off the sun. I mean, a lot of it is still gonna be, the natural cycle of life. I mean, these are things
That's the
that has
point.
already.
That's the
That's the
point. That's the
Yeah,
point, because it's gonna recycle or whatever, come back.
yeah,
And we're talking about the Bible. We was talking about the Bible and Revelations, and in that movie, basically that was it. The world resetting, and it's an ugly thing. damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say. Virgin Mary. I can't remember now. The symbolism from that freaking movie was crazy.
Yeah,
Um,
it was deep. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, and I didn't see the whole thing. But it's very deep. But you know, like I said, I mean, you know,
Mother Mary, Joseph. I want to say because see that's why those movies be hitting me hard because the stories from the Bible. I believe like in that movie was a basically a taken from out the Bible, like Revelations,
well,
like
a lot of things are, but I mean, the stories from the Bible came from where?
yeah, earlier before.
Yeah, things that it has been experienced by humans already. You know, giving you a perspective of different, things that that things that has already happened and predicting it for the future because it's
The
a cycle.
cycles repeat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And so, talking about coming to an end of a cycle, revelations, the awakening of the people, or the what do they call it? The rapture. You know what I'm saying? Um, the end is the beginning. The beginning is the end.
Yeah. And I mean, because I'm gonna just say it like this. I mean, there's different things that can represent, the ending of something and the beginning of something. Because I mean, honestly, I mean, we're already in that transition, and for some people, it's not so easy to see because of their how deep they are into the matrix. Now, when you're able to place yourself both inside and outside of the matrix, that's where they're saying like being in the world but not being of the world. So, you know, when you're able to really, I guess, see through a lot of the things that's actually happening. I mean, I know everybody here has experienced that based on the conversations we have is because we talk about certain things. I mean, we're here right now trying to have a conversation that or have different conversations that allow people to wake up and realize they have a job to do. But and to awaken those who are still asleep. I mean, there's some that's sleepwalking. They're halfway awake, halfway asleep, but all these things are still taking place while we're in the motion, whether you see it or not.
and
That's
and 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 I want to say, like earlier, I was talking about the Quran, and then like Curtis kind of took us in a different direction. But like what I
uh-huh.
would say is like our I feel like this is therapy. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely therapy for me. I don't know about you guys,
It is
but doing
definitely
this show is therapy. And what I would say is you can watch these videos and read psychology books at the same time, and you're gonna get a lot of insight because you can dissect us as we talk and uh because we're just having regular conversations, so we actually reveal a lot about us personally and our movements, our body language and so forth, our tones, and you can use psychology to dissect that shit and it'll tell you a lot.
yeah.
But I
I
wanted to
mean,
say
go
Curtis
ahead.
being a distraction is also the universe and how it works. So the distraction, the chance is the direction that we were supposed to go into, because I like the ebbs and the flows of the conversations, and sometimes we end up coming back to a subject, and it's probably because that's what we need to talk about. Does that make
Yeah.
sense? Like it's
No,
exactly what we should be
total
doing.
total sense.
Yeah.
I mean that the energies have to be right in order to truly get the message across. And of course, the honesty, like it's not scripted. It's a matter of just the way that, I mean, that's a part of life. And yeah, those distractions are gonna happen, but at the same time, it may have allowed a certain crowd that needs to hear the message to be able to get in when we're actually, you know, in our, in our flow state. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I I believe in it because one way or another, it's gonna be beneficial overall.
Did
But
you see the video I played, Pat, with the British people? I think you had jumped off. I want to play this.
Well, I mean, that's something that we don't usually discuss unless it's necessary with maybe a medical professional or, a caregiver.
Right.
Hazel decided that they were non-binary when they were about 4. They had been exploring gender before that, trying on different pronouns, experimenting with different names. But they picked they, them pronouns and chose the name Hazel when they were 4
Ari,
years
with,
old.
with the greatest of respect, I have a 7-year-old daughter, right? When she was 4 years old, her main decision of the day was whether to watch Peppa Pig or Frozen. She had not a clue what about gender identity or non-binary or any of this stuff. And I put it to you that this wasn't Hazel's idea, was it? This was your idea. You decided that Hazel had gender issues that she needed to address, and you persuaded your daughter that she was no longer to be a girl, didn't you? Arrow have.
Burn. That dude burned the shit out of her. She talking about her 4-year-old was contemplating her sexual identity even before she was 4.
yeah,
No,
no,
that had to be you.
yeah, no.
Ain't no
Look,
way in fucking hell.
everything. Look, I'm gonna tell you, most of what we think or what we believe has been impressed on us some form of fashion. Whether it's directly just from our parents, from our church, from synagogue, or whatever, or school, TV. A lot of how we view things is based on the things that we're exposed to, and especially conversations of that magnitude, because like that's a new term. I mean, well, not really. I mean, it's been around for a long time, but this is like somewhat of a new idea that's been passed around in the masses. So for us to even think that now, because I mean, when I was a kid, I didn't know nothing about being gay or being like. Maybe that's one of the reasons why I'm not, is because it wasn't something that was impressed on me that is, you know, a concern or something for me to think about. But we find ways as humans, not personally, but as humans, to try to explain away why certain things are. But when you bring it back to the basics, you ask certain questions, you can get to the answer real quick. I mean,
Do you have a
it's just,
penis or a vagina?
I mean, it's simple. I mean, it's so simple that it's insane. So regardless of what direction or how you want to use your penis or your vagina becomes a choice at a certain point, but it does not change who and what you are.
Yeah, so I just thought that this video jumped out to me because you would never see this in the American media. And
Yeah.
because I never hear that I never hear nobody say, wait, it's the parents, bro. They talking about, oh, my kid had gender issues or whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
No, it's the
I would
parents.
say ultimately, yes, it's the parent, because it's their responsibility of the things that their kids are exposed to. Because maybe they got the idea from a cartoon, something that was on TV, some image that was presented to them, an idea that was presented to them. But you know, one way or another, that was not a 4-year-old's original natural thought.
Yeah, ain't no way in hell.
And she said before 4 years old, the kid was already contemplating this stuff.
No, I mean that's just like some of these famous people wanting, like dressing their son up in girls' clothes and them becoming comfortable in that type of thing. That's what they know their life to be. So
Well, I gotta
now,
push back on the girl clothes thing because just not that long ago in history, all the babies wore dresses, and then you had dudes who were wearing skirts. Like girls' clothes, boys' clothes. That's problematic. I can't get with you on that one.
well, I'm
It's
I'm
just like
talking
pink
about,
and blue.
yeah, no, I
Yeah,
get it. I know I got all kind of colors I wear, but and that does not change, who you are, whatever. I get that. But as far as, like if the older they get and the more comfortable they are in these type of clothes, I mean, they might still be attracted to women, but that feminine aspect is still going to be a part of them because of the way that those clothes fit on them or the way that they feel in those clothes. So, I mean, I think it has maybe a small fraction of, you know, to do with that whole idea, but at the same time, that's just an explanation I'm using as far as how they get these kids to identify with a certain thing is still taught.
yeah. That's the point. The point is the parents. The parents really
Yes.
the ones making all these decisions. It's not the kid. Every parent I
Yes.
know be telling, like I say, about the kids eating barbecue sauce with their chicken nuggets. They didn't choose that shit. Their parents did, or ranch, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Hot sauce, all that shit.
Any known
Let
device
me
for
let me play
years
this
afterwards.
because I'm gonna wrap it soon.
All right, so in this video right here,
I'm gonna just
10
cover some
ancient
random stuff.
inventions that scientists still can't explain. Ancient Indian flying machines. A book written in India back in 400 BCE was discovered, and it described how flying machines were built and used in detail. The flying machines were known as vimanas. Maharishi Bharadwaj, the author of that book, described how to steer them, how the flying machines were propelled through the air, what pilots did to prepare for long flights, how pilots protected the ships from storms, and how to switch the machines to solar energy. The drawings and descriptions of those flying machines still have researchers completely baffled. Greek fire. Scientists and historians are very curious about the 7th century Greek fire, a lethal proto-napalm that was fired from ships and would cling to flesh. Also, it was impossible to extinguish with water. This fire was an explosive weapon used by the Byzantine Empire and was used to set fire to enemy ships. The Greek fire was a protected family secret, and no one knows how they managed to make a fire like that. National Geographic tried guessing the ingredients in the year 2002 and made something using a bronze pump and a mixture of light crude oil and pine resin. When they tested that mixture, they found out that it could wipe out a ship in minutes. Antikythera mechanism. Described as the oldest example of an analog computer, Antikythera mechanism was used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance. Basically, it calculated and displayed celestial information. It was discovered that this device was probably constructed around the end of the 2nd century BC, but there were a few questions that scientists couldn't answer. Who made this complex device? What was its exact use? And how was the device technically more complex than any known device for years afterwards? Damascus steel. Apart from its sleek look and beautiful aesthetics, Damascus steel is highly appreciated as it is hard, flexible and sharp. The weapons that are made from Damascus steel were far more superior than weapons that were made from iron. A lot of bewildered Europeans talked about swords wielded by Islamic warriors when they were returning from the Crusaders. The swords could slice through a floating handkerchief, bend 90 degrees and flex back with no damage. To date, the exact process and recipe of Damascus steel is a mystery. Zhang Hen's seismoscope. This right here is the first earthquake detecting tool in history. This golden, ornate, dragon-festooned, toad-surrounded vessel from around 132 AD is an actual seismoscope. How did this work?
Yeah, that's random. What do y'all think about that stuff?
That's crazy, bro. But that's
Well,
amazing as well.
yeah, you know, I guess it's I guess it's. I mean, I guess that's the easy answer is. I mean, just science. But, um, these the thing that caught me is that the thing that produces this celestial thing. Were they talking about energy? Were they talking? Like was it electricity or
No, it was a tool to measure the celestial bodies and where they were. Basically, a clock, a cosmic clock.
okay?
So
And
they
it
could
was made.
predict the movements of the stars.
Okay.
It was a
Um.
device.
Yeah, and I guess the thing about that is that's something that they were just discovering because that's something that we've known about or was discovered thousands of years ago. And you know just like I believe cars existed, to probably even electric cars or flying vehicles at some point existed. That whole idea of things, everything, nothing, there's nothing under the sun that's new. Like I wholeheartedly believe that. So I guess me seeing and hearing that really doesn't do a lot for me. You know, I,
Let me
I
play
don't, I don't.
Kanye.
Killed.
Kanye is always.
Martin Luther King didn't get killed because of I had a dream. He had something else he was going to talk about: Black empowerment, economic empowerment. So, when I did the Forbes and I showed them the $890 million receipt and they still didn't say billionaire, they don't want us to know that we can buy land. They don't want us to have the 100% ownership that I have 100% ownership at Yeezy. And the reason why I say these things out loud in this way is so I won't be killed. I said it out loud already. This is what. But last year, I was killed by the press for having a difference. Not having a difference in opinion, for having an opinion. I had a offer Yeezy season. Martin Luther King didn't get killed because of.
That first part, Martin Luther King not being killed for I Have a Dream speech, killed for Black empowerment, and that's the reason why they always bring up the I Have a Dream speech, and they don't talk about what he was talking about at the
The
end when.
content, yet he has a dream of the content. Like people being judged by the content of their character, not by the skin or the color of their skin. Yeah, no. Even though it was a very impactful speech, that is not why he was killed. And someone who had a Christ-like energy that was able to reach the people in the masses is what they feared more, because once he started preaching something that was actually fulfilling for uh, the downtrodden, I would say, because whether you were black, white, or whatever, it would allow, like it was going to disrupt the current system that we live in now. So that is the reason why he was killed, and ma- pretty much the same reason that Malcolm X was killed as well, because he had separated from the Nation of Islam and allowed himself to learn things outside of that organization, and he had maybe not as many followers as Martin Luther King, but they were uniting. They were getting more to a vision of the same. So yeah, this was like when they had to you know cut the head off of the one that would be able to lead the masses into more freedoms, because financial freedoms is how they've controlled us, you know keeping us from the economic benefits that they have is what allows them to be able to control us more So yeah, I totally agree with what he said. What do you think?
Oh man, I'm already on to the next thing now. What was it? Um, what was it? What, oh, MLK. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was economic empowerment. That's the same reason why they killed Malcolm X. That's the same
Yeah.
reason why they killed the dude from the Black Panthers. It's the same reason why they killed Muammar Gaddafi. That's the same reason why they killed Patrice Lumumba. I can keep going down the fucking list.
Yeah. And most of it, you know, because like I said, I mean, a lot of it is classism at the root, and whatever they can use to keep their control is what they're gonna do. I mean, ultimately, I mean, you know, yes, you know, there's a form of racism involved because there are, you know, people that when they're not, uh, you know, their
Only
growth is
certain
stunt.
groups accepted
Yeah, well,
they so it's like they feel like accepted groups can be there, other groups cannot, like I was saying about the class, and it has to do with your who your parents were. And so but economic empowerment is the only thing that really pushes back
separate.
against the system, because we could scream about racism all day and all of this and say kumbaya and shake hands, but we still got the same damn economic system that we all live under.
Look,
That
Tulsa, and Charleston, South Carolina, and you know, many other cities that had their own economic stability
got blowed the fuck
was,
up, destroyed.
yeah, yeah, they and that's because, you know, that's where they're able to, you know, like truly be able to try to control people is by limiting their resources. So they don't want us, because I mean they know if we obtain enough of our own stability, because they've been feeding off of, you know, the little money that we do get through the system gets sucked right back into theirs, to, you know, which really benefits them more. If they don't get that, because I mean if you look, I mean if you truly look at Tulsa, like that's why the people on the other side of the tracks were upset, was because they were thriving,
Yeah.
they were failing.
It's jealousy. Um, Elliot said some kids are more in tune with their sexuality, and some of it has to do with the propaganda and media. I would agree with you, except that video we played was about a 4-year-old. So I don't know if a 4-year-old is in tune with their sexuality.
No, I mean they got to first. Even with them having they don't even know what sexuality is. Like I mean, you
Ugh,
like right in and there, like bro, like
I'm
I don't
getting
know, like
tired, and it's almost 5 hours. It's 2:40. I want to wrap with this. Over 100,000 lives could be saved annually if adults exercise 10 more minutes a day, a new study shows.
wow.
This is a
And
CNN report.
that's probably a low number. It could probably
Yeah.
be millions.
Yeah, they're just that number is just a number they threw out. So it says, could you find 10 minutes in your day to increase your physical activity? It might be life-saving, according to a new study. More than 110,000 US deaths could be prevented each year if adults over 40 added 10 minutes of daily moderate to vigorous physical activity to their normal routines, according to the study published Monday in the journal JAMA Internal Medicine. An increase of 20 or 30 minutes could lead to even more lives saved, the study noted.
I would agree. I mean, I'm sure that we all could do more than what we're doing. I know personally I could do way better than what I've been doing. You know, I'm on a journey of losing some weight, and I mostly focused on diet because of my schedule and places I end up day to day and this, that, and the other. But um, I do plan on getting more active sooner than later.
So, and the first comment is mandate this too along with healthy eating.
Well, that's Now that opens up a whole nother conversation because yeah, if that was a mandate, like that would be beneficial, more beneficial than some of the other things that they're trying to mandate.
But people would have a shit cow. They would have a whole. People would have a whole whale.
Bro, bro, do you know how like bro, people be fighting in the streets by now. Bro, I'm telling you, like if exercise was mandated to the citizens of the United States, bro, I mean, there's just like with the mandates that they've tried to put in place, some people gonna fall right into it because it's no big deal. They're already doing it. But for those who just like, motherfuckers can't tell me what to do. But, the same ones that would run and take the jab, they would be the very ones to run because I mean I think they're looking for an easy out. And those who
Yep.
where you gotta work, like you know what I'm saying? Like you actually want me to do something every day, and shoot, pistols and rifles will be drawn, walking on the lawn of
War.
the White House. Like they
Yeah.
would like the same people that's talking about the ones on January 6th invading the Capitol, they would be the ones there after that. So
Yeah. Yes. What you think about all that, Deuce? We about to wrap it. What's your final thoughts of the day? Y'all learned anything? I'm trying to my theme for this week is educational. So I'm trying to make each one of the shows this week basically educational. So hopefully people can learn something, like literally learn something from the shows this week. Elliot says, Dr. Claude Anderson, hold on, let me read this. Dr. Claude Anderson speaks of power economics and how blacks don't recycle the dollar in our community. Black is not a race, by the way. And and we can't argue with that. We can't argue with that. We was talking about the economic system overall, totally not racial. That's what we was talking about. The economic system overall that we all live under. But when you start employing group economics and you don't need the government and you don't need these corporations, that's a problem. It don't matter what color you are, your skin tone or melanin. They're gonna have a problem with that.
yeah, and I'm not praising because I mean I think there's a process to it all, especially if it goes through government. But I mean Trump was like trying like look, all this government is unnecessary. Like the people really can choose for themselves. Why do we need all of these things? Whatever. Like we can really take a lot of the resources we have, divert them. Put them in different places because I mean shit. I mean whether you look at the military, the police forces, um, you know, we put those things in different places because I mean like they took money from social programs that were for kids that we're going to depend on at some point, take all of those things that could help them grow to police them more to all like the young, because it's mostly I guess say young folks who would do better things with their time if there were things available. But like I said, like there's certain things that would watch each other if we just put a lot of these funds in places that made more sense for growth instead of things that stunts our growth. So
Yeah, yeah, and I believe that this party that we have in charge, they want more government, because that's how they keep their power. If you strip them of that, then they're powerless.
yeah,
This party, they don't care about the people or human life. They have less regard for human life than any other that I know of, and they've shown it. History repeats itself. They're just learning how to mask it a little bit better, and then you still got the same uneducated ass people out here that keep running around. Oh shit! I sure wish I could give me a stimmy right now. Come on, old Joe, give me a stimmy.
Yeah.
Give me a stimmy, Joe. And it's like, come on,
Pacify.
man. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers are governing your life, and they don't give a fuck about you. You know
Bottle
what I'm saying?
fed.
But that's what people want, man. These uneducated, these small-minded, motherfuckers. That's all they care about, bro. It's like we don't need all
But
this shit.
look, to add to that whole thing, because there was a dynamic. There's a lot of people when they had those first rounds of stimmies, as the stimulus packages that came out. There's people who utilize that don't need to work anymore. Like they took that money and invested it somewhere where that money was working for them instead of them working for money. And that's the thing. Like, we got to realize, like, we got to work smarter than we have been, because if yeah, I know everybody may not have been in the direct position to do that, but a lot of people that was working and they got that stimulus package, they were like, all right, you know what? This world has changed. I need to change to be able to fit it. And and they want to fit in it comfortably. So, you know, I'm not going to, say that everybody was, just totally stupid for how they managed their funds. But at the same time, I mean, you're getting new opportunities every day to make some of these changes. And the more you put it off, the more you're going to end up just like some of our,
And the direction
recent.
things are going in, it's going to get more and more difficult, more and more monopolies. What did they say? This corona, it was the biggest exchange of wealth in like history ever.
Yeah.
That's what some
Yeah.
people are saying. And but we're not looking at it like that. We're looking at mandates and and vaccinations. But all this money, and then the middle class, more and more damage to the middle class. So you got, and look how many restaurants went out of business during corona that didn't come back. How many businesses, small mom and pop businesses, went out of business because of corona? Because only these big companies like our Amazon can handle being, going through all this shit. All those small companies went out of business and didn't come back. These were
Yeah, but I
mom and
mean, but
pop.
that was based on the government structure, because I mean, the small mom and pops may not have had the funds immediately to make the changes that the government said you got to have in order to operate.
Yeah.
So, that put a stifle on that, that those group of business owners.
And
But
they a lot of them was complaining about getting their checks too, like they wasn't getting the funds. Amazon and Walmart and them got their shit right off the bat, and the mom and pops was it took a long time.
Well, see, and that's where I feel they already knew, or really, I mean, they are more prepared for stuff like that because they have some of the top lawyers that knows these forms, maybe created these forms where they can apply for a lot of these grants, or the funding that they do get. Whereas the smaller company, like, they're doing most of their stuff on their own, and then to try to figure out how to get
Navigate the red tape.
exactly. So I mean, it's messed up, bro. I mean, but we have to not be so just accepting of the world just the way, like, we really have to keep digging. We have to keep working, learning new things, so that we can either become the new corporations where we can be more fair to the world, or we can keep accepting what we get.
Exactly. We got to fight back. Revolution. So, Deuce, I want to ask you this because you didn't get the comment. Over 100,000 lives could be saved annually if adults exercise 10 more minutes a day, a new study shows.
Shit, I believe that. I believe that to be true.
Yeah, so that's why I want to
I'm
end
not.
this on
I'm not.
this.
Yeah,
So
I'm not against that.
everybody out, everybody watching, everybody listening, everybody on the show, you don't have to be over 40, but especially if you're over 40, try to think about doing 10 minutes. I don't know. Walk in the park.
Yeah.
Go up and down the stairs. Go around the apartment complex or go around your house or your truck. Walk around the truck. For
Yeah.
no reason.
Doing some jumping jacks. Maybe get you a jump rope. Um, sit-ups, push-ups. I mean, squats. I mean, things that you can do inside of your house that can raise your heart rate with those 10 minutes. Shoot, if you can't get to the 10 minutes, shoot, let's start off with 5. I mean, there's a lot of things that we can do, and like I said, I mean, you hear me talking. I'm one of them that needs to do that. So don't pitch a bitch at me. I definitely need to be a part of that number, but at the same time, there are things that without even leaving the house we can do that can spark that new you.
And just moving around, and like I said, old people, they die when they stop moving around. So it's the same for us too. Like that death starts earlier. It's really, you just start moving less and less and less until you don't move no more. So that's why it's really simple. Just literally moving around, standing. They did
Yeah.
a survey about that, and now in a lot of offices they have these standing cubicles and stuff like that, and because it's healthier for you, it's good for your blood pressure and everything. Like it's much better than, because these chairs we sit in and they're breaking circulation. I worked somewhere. It was that was when I was making money, and I went to this dude's office, and this dude had a ergonomic, if I'm not saying it right, ergonomic office chair,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I know. Yeah, go ahead.
and it's actually looks really uncomfortable, and I sat in it, and it doesn't feel comfortable at all. And I think that's part of it also, because you're burning calories, like, you know what I'm saying? But it's designed in a way for your body to still, your blood is circulating properly. And that's really what it's about. So, and in the colleges and universities, I've noticed they have in the libraries and stuff now, they have those standing like office areas where you can plug up and hook up your devices, log on the Wi-Fi, and you stand there and do your work, which is healthier for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I also want to add that especially with us in the winter, winter season, a lot of people are not drinking the amount of water they should, and that's another thing that promotes a healthier life, because I mean we're majority water, so we need to stay hydrated. Water and real like 100% juices, no sugars or whatever, but mostly water, because that's what's gonna help keep the balance of your gut and the flow of your blood. So that's something that we also need to pay attention to, because we drink a lot of water in the summertime because we're hot and this, that, and the other, but we end up drinking less during winter season because we're not trying to defeat that heat like that. So y'all take note of that as well.
Yeah, so I want to talk about tomorrow. G.I. Joe. I don't know if I did it before, but G.I. Joe and Barbie. And
Okay.
earlier I was talking about the construction workers being all Mexicans, seems like. And isn't there was a toy like that too? It was a toy back in the day, and it was a little construction worker or something. It had like a hammer, and the toy appeared kind of Hispanic. And then like we played Mario and Luigi, and they're plumbers. But I don't know what I'm trying to say right now because I'm tired. But that's what I'm gonna talk about tomorrow. GI Joe and Barbie, and you just mentioned water, and it made me think about that. So like the spirituality of water, because I wanted to talk about that anyways. Um,
Well, that's fine. You don't have to really get into details because that'll kind of leave the window for, people to tune in. What the hell are these people talking about?
Yeah, because my brain is fried.
Nah,
It's
bro,
we're at 5 hours.
there's a lot of times I just so happen to sleep all day, so I'm crunk. But a lot of times I'm the one that's kind of fading out early. But, and I can't say early; it's the end of the show. But
It's 5 hours. So thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for being here. Catch the show tomorrow. What the fuck? I don't even know what day of the week it is. This the first show. This the second show of the week.
No, this is the Thursday night show.
Oh,
tomorrow
shit.
is Friday.
Okay. I gotta work.
It's Friday now, but
yeah. So I gotta work tomorrow, so I'll be on late. But I'll try to get on before 1 a.m., like 12:30, 12:45.
All
right, y'all. Thank y'all for joining. Peace and love. Y'all have a good night.
Yep. Peace and love.
I hope y'all learned something. That's the point of this.
We're all taking.
Oh yeah, man.
We're all taking bits and pieces. I'm not taking no shit.
Literally and figuratively. you ever had your shit pushed in? I had my shit pushed in big time, bro. Big time.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a good one. Peace. Talk to y'all
All
later.
right, man.
Peace, man.
Peace.
Because I thought you might have, would have, maybe.
Yeah. Woke up.
That you could believe in, that is gonna still guide you towards fear, or things that's gonna take you away from nature. You know what I'm saying? So that just the idea of belief is not necessarily the stronghold.
Right. You got to have some science backing up. Doc says it's the secret. Quantum physics, the combined power of all mankind's belief, become an energy field that we can draw on and use to manipulate our world. We are created in God's image as a spiritual being connected to the universe. The meat sack is just the shell. We are the power.
Yeah.
Well said, Doc.
Yep, well said. And I think we can end on that. That's
perfect.
You know what I'm saying?
Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for your time. Thank y'all for commenting. Thank y'all for liking and sharing and subscribing and telling your friends.
Yeah. Thank y'all for everything. Getting our viewership up. I think our viewership will be growing a lot more in the near future. So we thank y'all in advance.
Yeah.
Come and join the club.
Yep. Come join the conversation. Come chat with me and Pat.
I didn't know that you realized that.